Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:08 p.m. It is Tuesday, September 15th, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled City Council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next up, approval. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Koch.
Here.
Ellison.
Present.
Scheel.
Here.
Rizo.
Present.
Villalobos.
Here. Present.
Tobias.
Here.
Okay, 7 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for August 25th, September 1st. Special meeting minutes and regular meeting minutes this year.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone who is registered to speak to do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. I believe we have 4 registered to speak. Do we have those 4 members ready to go, Samantha?
I believe Jennifer is taking the lead on this tonight.
Oh, okay, Jennifer.
Okay. Let me see. So we had Shrenik Shaw. He called and spoke to me and said that he was going to, he received the link. So he'll be, I don't think he'll have any citizen comments. Michael Molden, is he on the line?
Hi, this is Shrenik Shaw. Michael Molden is my architect, and we both will be using the Ring Central link, so we will not be in the citizen comments.
The next up is Glenn Hurlston.
Okay. Dear council members and the citizens of Kyle, my name is Dr. Glenn Hurlston. Let me first say that I support officers of the law, good officers who took their oath and lived by it, and put their lives on the line and their badges to protect those from wrongdoing by bad players. At the same time, I do not support officers that are corrupt, or city management or city council members which look the other way when their chief of police commits crimes against citizens, to include women and children. Four officers who were brave enough over the years to turn in corrupt chief of police by the name of Jeff Barnett have been falsely retaliated against by Barnett. Barnett has lied in 2 separate investigations, but the city has yet to discipline or open an investigation into Barnett's wrongdoing. He has had people falsely arrested numerous times to cover up his wrongdoing, tampered with witnesses that might reveal him, and falsely fired officers who have turned him in and given them dishonorable discharges, leaving them and their families with financial hardships. But what really troubles me is not so much Barnett, but the city council that has allowed the chief of police to prey on women, hurt children, and allow Barnett to falsely accuse officers and citizens of crimes. But while they have faced down these charges, Barnett has never answered for a single one of his crimes. The movement against the police today is a result of city council members and administrators that have failed to provide oversight and reel in the bad apples like Jeff Barnett and the police force. And even more devastating is the good officers who stood up against evil were sacrificed by the city to keep the politicians' good face. Today's anti-police movement isn't a movement against just bad cops, but it's a movement against the city administrators that refuse to correct a problem they know exists, because it may make them look bad. So they do nothing and everyone suffers. But today, I can say a new light will be shined on the darkness. The city administration has so wanted to keep the citizens of Kyle in. And you, the city council members, and especially the mayor, who would rather disparage the Hispanic community instead of leading the oversight of his police department, is where the light will shine and expose your overwhelming failure to act and protect all citizens against a chief of police who is vindictive and corrupt. Because it begins and ends with you. Thank you.
Okay. Next up.
About that, the next person is Peter Parcher.
Thank you. My name is Peter Parcher for the record. I'm a resident, landowner, and candidate for mayor for the city of Kyle. I just want to touch on a couple of things this evening. First and foremost was the negotiations for the physical fitness test for the police department. After reading through many of the online documents and what was said in council, I find it strange that you are holding the raises over their heads in comparison to the physical fitness test. This was something that was agreed upon, and the city needs to honor that agreement. Number two, a little while ago, I had asked that the Veterans Parade that I was planning be put on the agenda for city council, and I was told that was not going to happen. I find it very comical that all these other parades can happen virtually, and yet what I had brought up and taken into account for COVID, et cetera, is just turned down right away. I don't understand that. And number three, one thing I was looking at is these open houses for Proposition A and Proposition B. I'm looking very forward to them. I hope they are as informative as I would like them to be. I'm looking forward to the documents, and I would like very much to be able to support this, but failing public documentation, I'll have to really think hard about it. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next up.
That concludes the citizen comments registered.
Okay. If there's no one else registered to speak, then I'll go ahead and close citizen comments. It is now closed. Next up, appointments, consideration of nominations for appointment to the Kyle Public Library Advisory Board to fill vacancies. Mr. Phelan.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Council. For the record, I'm Paul Phelan, the Director of the Kyle Public Library. I have two candidates, two excellent candidates that I would like to recommend for approval to the Kyle Public Library Advisory Board, Jesse Ramirez and Henry Sierra. Both of our candidates have experience both in education and in the private sector, which I think is a very good thing. And also both have an interest and a passion for young adults and adolescents. And of course, that's the area that really we do well with programming with the youngsters, and we do very well with the adult programming. But sometimes that young adult phase is where they fall out. So I think this is an opportunity for us to get some folks on board that can shake that up a little bit. And as we look at reinvigorating our programming, so I feel very good about that. Both candidates have been approved and recommended by the Kyle Library Advisory Board and the current chair, and have been interviewed by Jerry Hendricks, Chief of Communications, and of course I enthusiastically support them. And with that, I just turned over to Councilman Rizo. He was part of that interview process.
Thank you, Paul. So these two candidates were for the original candidates we had a few months back. We had four great citizens come up forward to apply for the two open spots we had, and we were able to fill those two spots. These two candidates, it was a really hard decision between the four. They were all really great candidates, and I was glad to know that there was going to be some openings in the future. So we made sure that we held on to these two guys and made sure we were in communication with them. And I think they're going to do a great job. They interviewed well. One of them actually has some history in Kyle, His family's been here quite a while, so I think this is going to be a really good fit. And I really love their enthusiasm on wanting to serve. So that was the plus for me. So at this moment, I'd like to make a motion to approve the candidates to fill the 2 spots on the library board.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Rizo, seconded by Councilmember Villalobos, that we approve Jesse Ramirez and Henry Siller to the library board. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, selection of naming committee for West RM 150. Go ahead, Samantha.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Samantha Armbruster for the record. At your last meeting, you voted to approve the formation of an ad hoc committee for the renaming of West 150. You have received the applicants, and I will share my screen now to go over again what the purpose, duties, and meeting requirements are for this ad hoc committee, and also the names for the applicants that are eligible for appointment. So it was decided at your last meeting there would be 7, but that is up for you guys to decide if you wanted to do a roll call for appointment of these applicants, or you could also change the number for the makeup of this committee now. It's at the will of the council.
So Samantha, we got 11 applications, correct?
I'm sorry?
Was 11 was the total of applicants? Can you hear me?
9. Yes, we have 11 here on the screen, and those were all of the applicants that we received.
Because this is an ad hoc committee, can somebody be on this committee as well as on another committee? Did we determine that?
Yes, they may.
Okay.
It's an odd number, so I mean it's a good group too.
Councilmember Tobias, this was
yes. Yes, I'd like to be on that committee if possible, please.
I don't.
And
are we putting council members on there as well?
can we?
What I was going to say is that you brought this agenda item forward. I was
Yeah.
wanting to get your feedback on if we would increase the number from 7 to 11. It's kind of what I wanted. This was your agenda item, so I wanted to give you the opportunity to weigh in on this conversation.
Okay. From the beginning, when I had brought this up about the committee being formed, it would be a matter of taking these applications and reviewing them, and then each one of us would be able to look at these and decide if which ones we could go with, or we could make appointments based on interviews, and we could do it in a certain timeline within a matter of a week, and then come back at the next meeting and then have this finalized.
So let me make sure I understood that. So your proposal is to take these 11 people, us interview all of them, and then make a recommendation for 7 out of those. And I guess that's the committee you were talking about being a part of as far as the interview committee?
It would be a matter of, the way I looked at it was having these applicants come in and put in for the appointment, and have council members look at these and interview the ones that we felt that we would do a I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. basically just interview the ones that we saw, and then we can select ones as far as the nomination, ones that we felt that we could be able to have on this committee.
I don't, this Councilman Rizo, I was just thinking that, you know, this is something that the citizens really wanted, was to form a committee of the citizens. And I think this is a pretty good group that has put in for it. I wouldn't be opposed to allowing all 11 serve on the committee and on renaming. And this way we have a diverse part of Kyle being represented, is what I feel. The more the merrier is what I'm thinking. And if we could allow this group to do this, I think it would, the more applicants we have on there, because it's only 11, I think that we'd get more of the city represented in renaming of this road. It's just my feeling.
Okay.
And that's just my opinion.
I could go with that.
I feel the same. I feel the same way.
Yeah. And Councilmember Tobias, if you
Yes,
want, I mean, we can, as a council, say if you want to be the liaison to that committee, you know, you can be a part of it that way, but not a non-voting member.
Yes, ma'am.
If you'd like that, maybe.
What do we need? What do we need? I guess what are we hoping to accomplish with that? Because I thought the idea, and we didn't talk about this last time when we created this committee, so this was kind of up in the air about the next steps and what would happen if we got more than 7 and things like that, which personally I was assuming we would get a lot more people because of the interest that this drew. I'm actually surprised that it's only 11 personally, but I think all 11 are great candidates. I actually looked at the applicants already in anticipation that maybe we might be making a decision on that today. I mean, the citizens wanted to be involved. I mean, they put in for the application. Since it's 11, I mean, that's not an overly large group. I'm familiar with about half of these folks. Some of these folks I'm familiar with from our Facebook page. But I mean, I thought that was the idea behind this, of just getting citizen participation and getting council to heck up out of it. It was what I always understood was part of this goal.
Okay. And again, maybe just me being new to this, not understanding the whole concept, but I do agree with what Councilman Rizo and what you're saying, Councilman Ellison, about involving all of these individuals, since they did put the time in for the application, and to review all the information about the road renaming, get some history behind the city, and then deciding on a possible name.
Before we move on, is there anything preventing us from having a larger than 7-member committee staff?
Yes, council member. It's really up to council. So committees need to be established by resolution. The ordinance states that it should be limited to 7. I think the council could probably look at that and, you know, either make 7 voting members and maybe, you know, some ex officio members. Again, these committees are purely advisory in nature anyway. So whether it's 7 official and then the additional 4, you know, serve with the committee, because they're non-voting, it's just 7 per the code.
I thought the code gave a minimum. I don't think it gave a maximum though, does it? Can you read that for me?
Section 257 says the council shall appoint no more than 7 persons as regular members to serve on a committee.
Can we amend our ordinance for this task?
Page, that's a page question.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Could we amend the ordinance just for this task?
You should just amend the ordinance to say that it should be 7 unless the council approves otherwise. So I would suggest we come back with an amendment that allows you to deviate from that if you determine appropriate. So the answer is yes. I agree with your suggestion, council member.
Thank you.
But we would need to wait for the amendment before we actually approve the 11 for this committee, correct?
You can go ahead and approve them if you need to get it started, and then we can come back with an amendment that would also ratify the appointments.
Sure.
I agree with Councilmember Rizo and his idea of really getting a lot of involvement. And as he stated, the more the better. If we're going to have to wait another week, can we open this back up to possibly see if we can get some more people to participate?
I think it'd be a good idea. I know I had several constituents that said it was hard to find the way to apply. So at least it'll give me some more time to kind of direct them where to apply.
We can
Yes.
open up the application again. That's no problem.
Okay. Yeah, because we had to have one that was actually emailed to us because he couldn't find it on the website and everything. So, and his name is listed. So we're good there.
So my next question is, do we want to put a limit on it? Or do we want to have a big committee? I mean, I love the citizen participation. I mean, I'm glad the more the merrier would be great. And I just worry about getting too big and maybe get a little rowdy in a meeting. But I'm all for getting more citizens involved, because that's what we've all tried for, is citizen involvement, participation. So whatever council wants to do, I'm good with.
I guess if it gets any larger, we're going to have to allow them to pick their own structure, which is, the chair and some other members of the committee, so they can organize it and take some leadership role in that.
That sounds like a good plan.
Okay, if there's any other feedback, I think I have the direction that I need to move forward in reopening the applications and getting the item ready for the next council meeting to amend the ordinance to allow more members to the ad hoc.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for the direction on that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Samantha. All right, next up, Hispanic Heritage City Council Proclamation, Councilmember Villalobos.
Again, Mayor, thank you for this opportunity. This is, you talk about these things. This is my last one as the council member for the city of Kyle, and it's been an honor and it's been a great opportunity that has been provided to me by many people who've gone before me and have led the way and have opened up these opportunities for people like me and all of us on the council. So again, I appreciate the opportunity and the support from the council on these proclamations. Whereas the city of Kyle encourages and promotes strong and inclusive communities that recognize and celebrate efforts to bring people together for greater good. And whereas the city of Kyle commemorates the strong and visible roots of Hispanic heritage in the national, regional, local landscape of our nation. Whereas nearly 480 years ago, the recorded Hispanic heritage has been a part of the DNA of American culture, with undeniable influence in education, public safety, infrastructure, economic development, the culinary arts, and governance. Whereas, in the words of Cesar Chavez, preservation of one's own culture does not require contempt or disrespect for other cultures, and thus celebrate the contributions of the robust Hispanic diaspora to include Spain, Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, El Salvador, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, and whereas we are proud of the Mexican heritage that includes Indian and Spanish blood, and most proud of all of the humanity and the centuries of hope and sacrifice called Mexican American, Chicano, Latino, Spanish, Tejano, Latinx, or Hispanic are essential to defining Texas culture that sometimes is impossible to separate Tex-Mex, represented by the community members that reside right here within the city of Kyle, Texas. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the city of Kyle that on this day, September 15th, 2020, we recognize Tuesday, September 15th, 2020 through Thursday, October 15th, 2020 as National Hispanic Heritage Month 2020. In recognition of the indelible footprints of Hispanic culture in all of our daily lives. Again, this has been a celebration and this has been a recognized Hispanic Heritage Month for many years now. And again, I thank the opportunity, the citizens of Kyle, and this city council for the support and the acceptance and the graciousness of diversity, the support of diversity, support of education, and supporting the education of diversity within our community. Thank you. I make a motion to approve that. Yeah.
Second.
Okay.
It's as a proclamation. I don't think it has to be approved. Does it have signatures on it, Councilmember?
Their signature set up for it, so you guys will sign it. It'll be put in the box, from what I understand, and you guys will have the opportunity to sign it as you wish.
Okay. All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Villalobos, seconded by Councilmember Rizo.
Ellison was first.
Seconded by Councilmember Ellison, that we approve the City Council proclamation by Councilmember Villalobos. Is there any discussion on the matter? Councilmember Ellison.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Villalobos. I think you put that very eloquently and well-written proclamation. Thank you, sir. We've worked together on a few of these and going back and really trying to bring more cultural awareness from the dais as a projection from the city, because we recognize that that is what our community looks like. And so I'm always grateful and appreciative of the council being so supportive of proclamations as these, and celebrating our diversity and inclusion of people of all different backgrounds in our city. That is what I think makes Kyle great. So I appreciate the proclamation. Certainly a celebratory time. I know we're not able to do the typical things that we would probably do throughout this month as a community, as families and different things, but we can still acknowledge it and as a city officially. And so I certainly appreciate that. And I am so happy that we are recognizing this. And we have, I just want to say, we have, I spoke with a school teacher over at Negley, and I believe they might even be tuning in tonight for this. So young people are watching.
Yes.
And we need to be cognizant of that and aware, and the examples that we set and the things that are talked about publicly and talked about at their local government level. So this is exciting, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And I encourage and implore future council members to continue that same legacy of what we're doing with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, council member.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
It's Councilmember Rizzo. Thank you for bringing this proclamation forward, Councilmember Villalobos. It's been an honor to serve with you, and I know this is your last proclamation, but trust me, it's not going to end here. We're going to continue the tradition that you set forward, the class that you bring to this proclamation, to this office. I just want to, I'd be remiss if we didn't remember those that paved the way. You know, growing up as a young boy in Kyle, we had very few Hispanic leaders that we could look up to. But, you know, I've got to mention them right now. We talk about educators. You know, one of the first Hispanic educators was Miss Ortuño. one of the first Hispanic educators in the city of Kyle. And then we go back to when I was in school, and we had principals like Maggie Ortuño, Mr. Chapa, Armando Chapa, and in our leaders in the community would be folks like Mr. Rosalio Tombias, Sandra Tenorio, and Paula Alvarez. And these were people that we could look up to as young Hispanic kids, and it was reassuring to know that we could strive if we worked hard and we did our due diligence to be part of the community, that one day we could serve our community as well, just like they did, and in the class they did. And I just want to thank those leaders before us for opening those doors, and hopefully we set the example like they did, such a great example for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other thoughts? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, September 11th, City Council Proclamation. Councilman Rizo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. It starts off, whereas September 11, 2001, terrorists hijacked and then flew commercial planes into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Centers in New York, causing both of them to collapse, and the Pentagon in Washington inflicting severe damage. A fourth terrorist hijacked plane crashed in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, when passengers who became aware of the attacks attempted to take back the plane. Whereas every year since, we come together in solidarity as a nation to remember the first responders, the civilians whose lives were cut short by these acts of terrorism 19 years ago. Whereas that day and the days that followed, our country was united. Americans, no matter race, background, religion, were all united in prayer and with a resolve to help the families of the victims and first responders who were never given the opportunity to live out their full lives. Whereas on September 11th, we paid tribute to the first responders and citizens who answered the call to save lives with tremendous acts of courage, but no hesitation. On this National Day of Service, and each and every day, we must remember to stand united. We do this with understanding, love, and respect for one another. Whereas it is our sacred duty to never forget these events that transpired on that painful day in our country's history, so future generations can be reminded that when Americans of all walks of life unite together, we are stronger as a country. Let us remember September 12th as well, when our nation was one. Whereas since 9/11, least not us forget the military men and women who have answered the call to defend our nation since. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Kyle, be it proclaimed by the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, that in solidarity, the honor, the lives lost of our country was attacked 19 years ago. The Mayor and the City Council and the City of Kyle resolved that September 11, 2020 as National Day of Solidarity in Kyle. We will never forget. Signed and entered on this 15th day of September 2020. I just wanted to finish on another note, is that this is a day that really hits home with everyone because it happened here at home. And even to this day, when my wife and I and my family are watching everything on television, when it comes to 9/11 on this day, it still brings tears to our eyes because we still remember how hurtful that day was. I still remember where I was that day, and I'll never forget that. And I just keep thinking about the thoughts in my head that I wanted to go and help, and I couldn't. I knew I'd probably be in the way. People that were more qualified than me were there helping, and even those people paid the ultimate price later with the smoke and debris and everything that was out there. And I just, to this day, I still tear up when I think about that day and how savage and how awful this was, and how sad it was. But then I remember where the country came united as one, and in chaos. This is the best part of it, is that we can come together, and I hope today we can come together again. Right now, our country feels like it's divided. And I feel like we need to just come together and remember who we are. We're all Americans, and we should all love each other, and we should all care about each other. You know, serving your neighbor, service for one, service for all is what we should always remember. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you, Councilmember Rizo. Does anybody have anything to add?
Councilmember Rizo, thank you very much for that. I think all of us have experienced family members who served and went to other countries to do their duty and protect all of us, along with all the first responders that held the line as they stayed here within the States. I still remember the deployments, and then also still remember the mothers, my sister, my mom, and just the anxiousness of what's going to happen next. But I also remember September 12th, and that we, again, united, and you pointed that out so eloquently, and that we did things together. We got over this together. We healed together, and together we'll never forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villalobos. Any further comments?
Just thank you, Councilmember Rizo, for bringing this forward.
Okay. All those in favor say, we actually don't have a motion. Do you want to do a motion on this one, or is it just a proclamation?
We did it on the last one. Why not? Let's.
It's just proclamations aren't supposed to be voted for. Those are resolutions.
Right.
We can vote on it if you like.
I'll make up. Sorry, we got twisted up there for a minute. I'd like to make a motion to accept this proclamation for the City of Kyle for 9/11.
Take it.
It's been moved by Councilmember Rizo, seconded by Councilmember Villalobos. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, selection of Labor Day photo contest winners. Councilmember Scheel.
All right. Well, Labor Day didn't quite go as well as we had hoped. You know, we watched that squall just kind of gather and come right for us that night, so we couldn't do the moon glow. But we are able to show some photos of what Labor Day means to some of the residents of our city. So, Samantha, can you pull up the pictures? That one.
Absolutely. 1 second.
So we're going to take a look at the winners. Is that what we're getting pulled up right now?
Yes.
Can we do them in a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
That's what I was hoping for. Yes, sir. I've been sitting next to you for too long there, Councilmember Ellison. All right.
It took me an entire quarter to grade these while I was watching football last night.
Oh, wow. Okay. And I do want to thank Councilmember Ellison, Councilmember Villalobos, and Councilmember Rizo for being our wonderful judges on this. So, all right, we're ready for 5th place.
Yeah. Are y'all able to see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. I was going to say, I don't see it, so I would be surprised if you can. It's giving me the wheel to load it up. Okay.
We can see the wheel. There we go.
There we go. Okay. Next page.
Okay. Are you now?
Yeah, we can see the first page, but not the winners yet.
Oh, so this is number 5.
Yes. So congratulations to Melissa Ibarra. And this is a picture of an ascension. So one Labor Day ascension. I see stars and stripes and Wells Fargo. And I'm sorry, pilots, I don't remember the names of all the balloons. So, all right. Then we have 4th place. Yeah, family. That's what Labor Day is about, right? And this is from Nikki, and I do not want to slaughter her last name, so I'm just going to call her Nikki. All right, congratulations to her and her little ones there. And then 3rd place is what we were hoping to see the other night, but not so much. We have, of course, Wells Fargo in the back. We have confetti, and I don't remember the other two balloons' names, so I'm sorry about that. But congratulations, Anna Webb, for third place. And then second place, that's right, chilling on the porch. Thank you very much, Nissa Parker Stern. You have a lovely family, so thank you. Do appreciate it. And the winner. From Melissa Barra again. All right, so this is more of a collage, but again, it's all about family and our four-legged family members. Yes, Lucy, you are a family member. But anyway, so yes, so congratulations once again, Melissa, and beautiful, beautiful pictures. Thank you.
That's awesome.
That's great. All right, what's next? Is that all?
I just wanted to thank Councilmember Scheel for doing this, putting the contest together. And, you know, we can't ever control the weather. Anytime we plan a fiesta at St. Anthony's, we get the weather insurance for that reason, because you just don't know. But I'll tell you what, your heart was in a great place. And I think it was still, you know, going to be an awesome event. And you got people to participate in the photo contest, so it's great. So thank you for your hard work on that, Tracy. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And also thank you to staff. Sarah, my gosh, you know, pregnant and still pulls it off. So she's a wonderful staff member. So thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you so much, Samantha, and all the other staff members that contributed. Thank you.
I really thought that event was going to be a go, even at 6 o'clock. Those storms just rolled in.
Yeah, they just right for us. Yep.
I was wearing my cowboy hat out there when I was driving over there, because I said, if it rains, I'll have a little protection, so I'll be good.
All right, next up, discussion by Reopen Task Force regarding opening of City Hall and other operational changes. Mr. Sellers.
All right, Mayor, Council, hope you can see my screen here. So the Reopen Kyle Task Force involves certain city staff as well as council members Ellison and Scheel. We did meet this last week. We've also tried to coordinate our efforts a little bit with our neighboring cities to the north and south, Buda and San Marcos. San Marcos has just reopened its parks on the 16th, and then city facilities. So I guess this week, tomorrow, the parks, and then on the 18th for the facilities. Buda is going to go a little later in the month, and we have a plan to also open this month, and get to that in just a moment. The task force looked at the following items, and what I'm going to say here, you'll probably remember from the May timeframe, because our reopening plan is going to look very similar to when we reopened in June, on June 1st. Some cities have a color coded system with you know, how much to open or to be restrictive. You could say that we're kind of on the same pattern, that we're going to be opening to a limited fashion based on what we're seeing right now. So we've got daily, we track our COVID-19 statistics that we receive from the county. Weekly, we're part of the EOC calls. We obviously follow the updates we receive from Texas Municipal League and elsewhere. So with that in consideration, externally, we also look at our internal departments from different buildings, City Hall, library. We also consider the effect of reopening on our programming, parks and special events, on rentals, public meetings, and safety protocol. So the date that we are targeting is September 21st. That is next Monday. for a limited reopening. So this is not a full opening, but it does open up our facilities back to the public should they need to transact business with city staff. So I'll go through this fairly quickly here. Our city offices are currently closed. They will open on the 21st. Again, the same way as we had June 1st, with very specific social distancing measures in mind. Masks will continue to be required. And as always, we will continue to push and encourage the any sort of online interactions with city staff, and that's for everybody's safety. At City Hall, the utility billing area will be open downstairs, as well as the area in the lobby, and I'll get into a little bit more of that here in a second. Library, right now we have our curbside service. The building will be again reopened with limited numbers, encouraging social distancing, and we have implemented a pretty strict cleaning regimen, especially around the computers and the checkout area. City programming. So registration begins again Monday, so we'll start our classes in October, and I will get into that specifically here in another slide. City facility rentals, currently we're allowing up to 100 people with social distancing encouraged. After Monday, we will not have caps on participation, but we will still require a social distancing plan for those events. Our public meetings, we've had virtual and hybrid meetings, hybrid being both in person and virtual. We will continue to follow the status quo, at least for now, with council meetings as well as our boards and commissions. So, each meeting will be up to really the board chair to determine what level they need to meet. Our safety protocols for returning employees, we have been requiring temperature checks for staff as they've entered our buildings, masks and social distancing. That will continue. Parks have been open for a while, and we will continue the current status quo with our parks. Sporting events at the parks, though, we are opening up to the public. And then special events, we've had virtual and drive-through events. I'm going to go through a little more specifically here in just a minute. So again, the change to City Hall, customer service is available at utility billing, at the court window, as well as at the lobby customer service station, which is the desk in the lobby. We will have that staffed with a representative from planning, engineering, economic development, HR, somebody who can respond to questions or refer the customer to the appropriate person. So again, this little desk kiosk will be occupied. Our October special events, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this, but we did just have our confirmation for October 3rd for the Ash Pavilion ribbon cutting. So we will plan for that. Founders Day, the Parks Board has approved having our Founders Day parade as a virtual parade, meaning entrants submit pictures of I guess their floats or however they need to be entered into the parade, and then we'll have that running virtually for Founders Day. Movies at the Lake on October 16th will be a registration only event to ensure social distancing and that we can keep a tab on those numbers. The Spooktacular Drive-Through, which was previously the Center Street Trick or Treat, will be modified now as a drive-through event. And then the Costume and Family Costume and Pumpkin Carving Contests will now be a virtual event for October. Again, these went through the Parks Board, and that is their recommendation. Of course, if council would like to amend these recommendations, you may as well. So the expectations, again, going back to June, but moving forward as of Monday, the customer-facing services virtually as well as in person. There will be a mix of council attending virtually and in person, depending on the council. And again, we're not trying to pigeonhole any decisions. We're opening up the facility during the day, and so this is again a council board chair, commission chair decision for each of those meetings. And we will continue as our task force until we get through this. So until that time, we feel like we've got a good solid plan moving forward. And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Scott. Anybody have any questions?
Scott, this is still open to change depending what the climate comes up with the colder months coming up, correct?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
The reopening, it could change if we have increases of COVID-19 in the winter months. That's if we have a big number of cases, because we still don't know what the winter's going to bring. So we're still open to change if we have to, correct?
Yes, sir. So the task force will continue to monitor. This is our second attempt at a soft reopening. We did have to close back down after the first attempt based on our numbers, and we are absolutely willing to do that again if health and safety require it.
Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I'm going to move forward. Presentation on LinkedIn Learning at Kyle Public Library. Councilor Ellison.
Hello. Yes. So I'm going to let Paul take a lot of the technical parts of this. Some of y'all might be familiar with LinkedIn Learning. There's a number of different modules for people to do training, management, software development. There's tons of classes on these things, but I'll let Paul kind of take that from there. But I want to set the stage with this was actually an idea of a resident of ours that brought this to my attention, a resident that I know doesn't like getting attention, so I won't mention his name, but I certainly appreciate him and he knows who he is. This is good stuff when people want to see these types of things or have good ideas and reach out to us. I'm always thankful and appreciative of that. But obviously with the pandemic and either folks losing jobs or having to make career changes or obtain further skill sets in order to gain different employment or advance their employment, sometimes doing that can be costly up front for someone, and not everybody might have the funds and financial backing to be able to do that in order to make those career changes. But if you are a resident of Kyle and you have a library card, I believe that we can help solve that. So I'll put it all over to Paul, and I appreciate Paul and his team for all their work in doing their due diligence on this program, learning about it and how it can really be effective, and then finding a way to implement it. So thank you, Paul.
Okay, so I hope that I'm sharing the screen okay here. So yes, this is just one of those wonderful things that when you get input from people, you can get great ideas from anywhere. And certainly this was one. So the reason I have this particular graphic here, this visual, is if you go to the cityofkyle.com/library at the very top of the page, you don't have to look for this. You just see that LinkedIn Learning and you click on it and you will be in it. So we've got that featured right now to make it very easy for people to find. This is LinkedIn Learning is a learning platform that helps anyone learn business, software, technology, and creative skills to achieve personal and professional goals. There are over 16,000 online courses, and they are taught by real world professionals, which I'll kind of go into that in a minute. But that's there's a couple of really cool things about this database. And they are adding new ones all the time. So when you get in, you can see it's a very easy interface to use. This is actually a screenshot of my account. It's not the entire thing. And you can sort of see at the very top, you have your popular learning paths up there, various programs, and then of course, more down here. And then of course, once you get in here, you can see that I was clicking on this one. I was watching managing your personal investments and was looking at that. So you can see it's a very easy user interface, which is very important because a lot of times folks that, particularly when you work in a library, you find out that if you get something that is very complicated, it's very hard for people to use it. And they'll come down and they really want to use it, but they can become frustrated. Something like this will be very easy for our citizens to sign in, get an account, and go right to work. Now, there is a number of subject headings. So this database, essentially LinkedIn Learning, their parent company is Microsoft. They purchased lynda.com, which was just a compendium of training databases. But what they've done is they've kind of, there's a nexus there where one informs the other. So you've got LinkedIn Learning, of course, being your a personnel related, social media site where they'll post jobs and you can put your resumes pretty much on there and connect with people, make connections. But then what they do is they look at the data that they get on that and skill requirements, and then they turn around and produce videos that meet those skill needs that they're being presented with right on LinkedIn Learning. So by putting lynda.com together and LinkedIn Learning, they were able to really, I think, 1 and 1 makes more than 2 in that scenario because they can both inform each other. But you can see some of these, these different classes they have here. And so I think it's important to understand, though, that they do have a wide range of courses. Okay, so you're going to have everything ranging from basic computer literacy, grammar, writing, all the way to cybersecurity, coding, network administration. You can see just some offerings here on 3D animation with various things. So it goes from the very simple to the very complex. Now, this is an example of what a course would look like when you get in here. And this is a course on Google Analytics Essential Training. And of course, you can see how many views that course had, the duration of it, the skill level. So of course, these are all done. There's various things you can look at here. But what I really do like about this as well is if you look over here in the column, they really drill down and they put these in increments for people. A lot of times as a library professional, as a person that helps people with training a lot of times these webinars are an hour and a half to 45 minutes. A lot of times people don't have that much time, or there may be just be an aspect of that topic that they want to learn about. So the very nice thing about the way they've laid this out is you can go in and you can learn it in increments and go back later on and perhaps just hit those topics within that broader topic that you want. And that's another cool thing. So the production on these is very good. So for example, here's the author on the Google Analytics. These are not just teachers or presenters. These are folks that are real world people that have startups. And this gentleman owns his company. It talks about his book that he had published, his educational background, and where he can be, followed up with on social media. So they get real world professionals, but they also fly them to California and spend some money on the production side of it. So you will see some very, very, very good looking things. Now, so what I wanted to show here, as I just finish up here, is how easy it is to do this. Now, I understand we're going to be opening in a limited way here very, very soon. But of course, if somebody's watching this tonight and says, man, I'd sure like to love, studying on some of this weekend, if you just go to our library webpage, cityofkyle.com/library. If you don't have a library card, just scroll down a little bit. If you already do, that icon will be up there. You can just sign up, and it's very easy to make your account. It's going to ask you for your card number and PIN number, but you just click on sign up for a digital library card, and every morning we go through those. And so during the pandemic, we can sign you up for a card that will give you full access to all of our databases. So anybody watching tonight, if they want to get started early on this, just go to the web page, click on that, put that information in there, and tomorrow you will have a library card that will enable you to access our databases. And then once we open, you can bring in the proper identification, and we'll get you set up with a full library card. In terms of cost analysis, this was just one of those things that we really lucked out on. The subscription for this is $7,000. However, we do not have to increase our budget. We've got some cost savings from some of the adjustments. We put in a new self-check, which is actually saving us a significant amount of money on our annual cost for that. And just some other areas. So it was very lucky at this moment that there was money there for that without raising the library budget at all. And I just did put in here, we have 17,369 card holders, population just south of 50,000. So just giving you some sense, if we could, I feel like this will be very beneficial for our citizens, and I feel really good about it. And I think this can be a very cost-effective database that we can really market throughout the community. And of course, we're getting started on that right now. Samantha, I believe, has that, and she's pushing that out. We're pushing it out on social media. Tonight, of course, was the idea to do that, and we will continue to do so. And that's, I think, pretty much my presentation. If you have any more technical questions, I think Matt's probably here, and I'm sure he can answer anything, but that's about all I've got on.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the very thorough recap of that. That's good stuff there, and I'm happy to hear about that way for folks that may be watching now to get started on getting that card. With that, open up to the rest of the council.
Anybody have any comments?
Just want to thank Councilmember Ellison for bringing this forward to the library, and Paul for his hard work on this. I think it's going to be awesome. I'm already looking forward to clicking on with my daughter and maybe taking some classes. It'll be great. But thank you for your hard work on this and bringing this to our community. I think this makes our community better. So thank you all.
Councilman Ellison, thank you, sir, for bringing this forward. When I saw this on the Facebook page, I put it on mine, and I got some positive responses. You make some good points about those that are trying to get a new skill set, somebody that's trying to learn something new, to get some updated training. I think this would really help them out a lot. So it's good for everybody. It's real easy to use, I guess. Like, again, you have your library card, your PIN number, and you log in. So thank you, sir.
Anyone else? All right, thank you. Next up, agenda item number 12, presentation regarding launch of Uber Kyle 314 program. Mayor Pro Tem.
We're going to pull this item. We still have a few things to work out, but we are working on bringing forward a launch date for this. Jerry, I don't know if you're on, if you have anything to add.
Council members, Jerry Hendricks, Chief of Staff, for the record. Yeah, we're working diligently to get this thing launched. There's a lot of small moving pieces that we're still trying to piece together to make sure that when we do launch it, it works for everybody. We're continue to be excited about it. Our partners at Uber are working just as diligently as we are. And we'll have something soon with a firm launch date. And thanks everybody for your patience.
Thank you, Jerry. All right, with that, we'll just move on. Next up, agenda item number 13, presentation on creation of new division focused on maintenance and upkeep of Kyle's right-of-ways and green spaces. This is Mr. Earp.
Evening, Mayor and Council. James Earp, Assistant City Manager for the record. I'm going to be sharing my screen here on doing a PowerPoint presentation. So just give me one moment to start the share. And well, as it were, my controls are being hung up. So, okay. So back during the council retreat, one of the items that was brought up was to put an emphasis on beautification in the community. And I was tasked with a specific strategy to look at. We have multiple divisions that touch mowing our right of ways and cleaning our streets and picking up trash. It's spread between public works and our parks divisions. So I was tasked with coming up with a plan to consolidate those into one new division, which would be independent of both parks and public works, and would focus on beautifying our community. Now, I interpreted council's vision, and these are my words, not your own, but I interpreted council's vision to be this, that it's to add a touch of care to our less thought of public spaces, which are the rights of ways that we all see from our windshield every day, and set the overall tone for our community. We have to do a better job than just mowing when we can. We need to care for the conditions of our soil, the health of the turf and the plants that grow there through fertilizing and irrigation. We need to focus on our urban forest and riparian zones, providing care for the various ecologies that they support. So that's what I interpreted council's desire and goal in this new division to be. We are going to be retasking existing resources today, in addition to putting forward $250,000 toward specific corridors that will be maintained and beautified. So this is a map of the areas that are currently maintained by Public Works and Parks. This does include some detention ponds, which will not be under the purview of this new division. Those will remain with the drainage crew, which will stay in Public Works. And the parks, actual maintenance inside the parks will remain, and trails will remain with the Parks Department. This is mostly focusing on the rights of ways, which are mostly the green areas. The red hashed areas are the areas that we went out to bid. So there's an item that'll be coming before you later from WLE to award a contract for the maintenance of these corridors. So the red hashed corridors, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but I could always turn on the laser pointer. So if you can't see, just let me know. But the red corridors are the ones that are covered in the agreement with WLE. Who will be focused on mowing, trash removal, and treating those areas with pre and post emergent and also fertilization. So fertilizing those areas. These major roadways include 2770, the newly named RM 150, Center Street, Burleson, Philomena, Kyle Parkway, the section of Burleson that is currently open to the public, and we all hope that that will be, the rest of that will be open here really shortly. Marketplace Avenue, Lehman Road are the roads that are in the RFP before you tonight. The way I view it is by taking that money that was budgeted as of October 1st, the money will be available, and as of October 1st, this new division will start operating differently than it does today. This next map shows, in my mind, all the areas that will ultimately be under contract. The red areas expanding to include Dacey, Bunton Road, all the way to Lehman, and 1626 north of Kohler's Crossing. The city will take off and take over or keep, as it were, Kohler's Crossing East, and then Kohler's Crossing West will remain being carried the way that it is today. So this is a significant addition of attention that will be cared for by this division, including the interstate right of ways, including the signage for the entry areas in our community. A lot of this is area that may also overlap with some county maintenance, but there is absolutely no reason for us to maintain up to a curve in BB and then for us to pick up again, 2 blocks later because it overlaps with county. What we hope to do is to have consistent look, care, and feel throughout the entire community. Obviously, this is a big plan with a lot of thought that's gone into it, and will ultimately be a very high bar for everyone to accomplish. So what I wanted to show you visually is my thoughts in essentially the plan of work. So the plan of work is going to be the next slide. You're not going to be able to read the individual items, but it's not meant for you to be able to read. It's meant for you to visually see the difference of what the services that I have listed that will be going from top to bottom that are black are essentially the services that we are currently providing. The ones that are blue, that are listed as blue, are ones that I feel we will be able to add just simply by consolidating these divisions into one cohesive department. And then the green are the areas of the plan of work that I hope to expand into as we are able to do so. So let me show you the list real quickly, and then if you would like to see in detail the level of items that I have included there, I'd be happy to show that to you. I just need to switch to a different slide. So what you are seeing is the long list of items that I feel this division ought to be doing based off of the direction that I was given. And the first column is the current year. The second column is the upcoming fiscal year starting October 1. And then the third column is the following fiscal year 21-22. So the black bars are the ones that we're currently doing. The blue is what I envision being able to include with just consolidating the manpower and doing a little bit of shift of resources of how we prioritize things. And then the green ultimately is duties that I feel like we will be able to add, but will come with additional resources such as manpower, training, equipment, so on and so forth. So that brings me to, if the long-term plan is to implement additional expansion of services, then this first year is really about retooling and gathering information. So I need to be able to convey to the council exactly how many manpower hours it takes to mow a particular area, how many manpower hours it takes to weed eat and to apply herbicide, to do all the things that we are doing right now. Exactly how much does it take per this area, so we can then back into if we're going to expand those areas, or if we're going to expand the services that we're offering. How do we then back that into actual personnel numbers? How many hours are the pieces of equipment being used? What level of efficiency are they being used? Is the mower sitting there 40% of the time being unused because the mower is now having to pick up trash, or because the person that's supposed to be driving the mower is now having to weed eat? Those are the types of things that we don't have the answer to starting out, that we will be gathering information on this first year. Also, probably the second biggest thing is going to be managing the private contract with WLE, if council endorses and approves that contract later on. So this division will have the responsibility for spot checking and for following up and for holding the private contractor accountable to provide the service that they indicated they will be providing to us. We will be establishing metrics in our management systems. To that end, I have procured a Master of Public Administration intern to embed with this division starting October 1 to help create these metrics and to help create the systems and the ways that we will be collecting the information from the men and women in the field. I would very much like to begin public communications. I would like to find another intern to handle doing public communication. So like, for example, the street sweeper is one of the items that's being moved over into this division. I would like to publish a calendar and then to push that out via Facebook to the HOAs that may be affected. Right now, the street sweeper mostly focuses on the corridors that are going to be, that were identified as red. But they do go into the neighborhoods on occasion. So I would very much like for that to become a calendarized item, and then for us to be able to publish that and to push that out. So I would like to find another intern. If any of you have someone that you would like to pass along to me, or if there's anyone watching tonight that is interested in interning and helping with the public communications portion of this new division. Also, if they're out doing some beautification, posting those types of things. So just helping the citizens see what, where their taxpayer dollars are going to keep their community beautiful. We're going to have a little bit of a challenge with doing projections for this first year in order to hit the budget for next year, primarily because we start the budget process right about the time that the grass season really starts and gets kicked up and going. So we will be gathering data probably right up into the last moment of making a budget proposals for the upcoming, for next fiscal year. We usually start the budget season around February, March. And then we're pretty heavily into it by May and June. So we're not going to have but just a handful of the growing months to collect data. Obviously, we'll collect data right now up until the point of the first freeze, and then how our personnel changes and the things that they do. And then we'll be submitting those budget requests to council, so council can then identify how much of the proposed plan of work council actually wants to endorse and support with funding. So year 2 of the program, which would be next fiscal year, I would see us hiring expanded personnel. There were personnel that were proposed this year that would have gone into this division that were removed, but then in turn, there was $250,000 given to budget for the privatized contract. So I do believe we can do quite a bit better than what we're doing right now just by having everybody work under one roof. But to get to the level that I think council wants us to get to, I do expect that there will be some expansion of the division whenever that's suitable. I'd look at it at phasing in the enhanced service levels, and then obviously continue to track and report on the metrics. So our estimated versus our actuals and those items. Now this next slide I'm about to show you is a mind map conceptual layout of how I see the division growing and being organized from an organizational chart standpoint. This does not mean that I'm proposing all of these positions be added or anything like that. I just want you to see kind of where I'm trying to take the division. So the blue positions that are listed in blue are personnel that we currently have today that will be filling one of those slots. These 2 positions up here, the management analyst, that is the position I feel like would be the permanent person that would be collecting the data, inputting the data, analyzing the data, reporting out the data. That in and of itself is pretty much a full-time job, but that I'm proposing to be filled by an intern at least this first semester, which is why it has blue lines through it. And I would very much like the same thing. I would like a permanent public communications division, or at least a person embedded in this division, or at least someone who has the responsibility for this division permanently. And I hope to be able to fill that with an intern as well. I just was not able to get another intern through the Texas State program this semester, which is when this program is starting. So this is divided up into 3 primary sections. And I'm going to talk through it left to right, because the left is the one where we actually have most of the personnel today. So we are getting approximately 5 personnel, maybe I think it's 5 personnel from Parks and 7 personnel from Public Works. So that is going to give us 13 positions to start with. That by no means increases the number of people that are doing stuff. It just is saying that these folks are now going to work together under the same leadership, and to work very carefully about, you know, how we utilize our resources. So one of the personnel will become the division manager. Probably functionally would be more like a superintendent at first, but we're going to call it a divisional manager. And then there's another person that will serve as the turf care foreman. So this left side here is what I'm calling the turf care division. This is the folks who will be doing the mowing, the weed eating, to a certain degree, using herbicide and those types of things where necessary, and doing trash removal. So before you mow a big section, you have to go pick up the trash first. That way, when you run the mowers, you're not shredding trash and throwing it and making it look worse than it did before it was mowed. So you have essentially all three of those folks in this one division. Also in this division, I've put the street sweeper. So right now we have one employee that runs the street sweeper, but they only run it part-time because they also are the same employee that is going out and fixing the street lights, the decorative street lights, and which we're adding more and more of in our community. He comes to us from San Marcos Light and Power, so he has a background with electricity and working, you know, as an electrician. But he's splitting his time. So one of the first things I'm doing is splitting his current responsibilities into two, and making him be a full-time electrician, because that's where the highest value that he brings to the organization is. And then we will have a full-time person running the street sweeper. The street sweeper does multiple things, but besides being able to pick up the debris from, you know, intersections and keeping our roads clean, it's also helping with our water quality and the other environmental type issues. So it's removing debris from the roadways before it gets into our waterways. So these are all, you know, really positive things. The middle area I see being focused on the landscaping. So and the trees. So I have this being ran by a future arborist, which would be a city arborist who would run this division. And then below them would be landscape techs and hardscape techs. Now, the way on my mind I'm differentiating that is some employees would be working with concrete, bricks, rocks, you know, metal, stone, those types of things, in order to continue to keep everything looking nice or to install new improvements. The other ones would be dealing with the plants and dealing with the soil conditions and dealing with putting out mulch and those types of things. So generally they probably will do a little bit of both, but pruning trees and you know, and then sealing the you know, the cuts and those types of things. Planting new trees. I know we have trees that we've planted in the FM 150 median, you know, behind Dairy Queen, and I know we really have a goal of planting trees and flowers and shrubs and those types of you know, landscaping improvements in our other medians. 1626 is a good example. Kyle Parkway, you know, Kohler's Crossing to a certain degree. So I know we want to be able to do that. To do that, we need to have people that will care for those. And then lastly, the third division is a little bit it's a little bit of a push, I think, but I started to think about, well, if we're doing the landscaping properly, if we're doing the lighting properly, we really need to have plumbers and electricians. We need to have folks who can run the irrigation, who can repair the irrigation. We're going to be looking at having massive fountains and water features spread throughout this community that's not just in the right of way, that would benefit from having a plumber, you know, a licensed plumber or someone that at least has experience as a plumber, you know, working for us. Same thing with the electricians. We have numerous, you know, needs for electricians to come and do work, but we just don't have that skill set in house. And the last thing I was thinking of is in this trade division, which is what I'm calling the trades. One of the things that we have issues with and challenges with is recruiting qualified building inspectors, and that's predominantly because in order to become a licensed building inspector, you first have to have been a licensed electrician or plumber. And we just don't really have a good pipeline that creates that type of skill set. So we're constantly trying to find folks outside of our organization to come work for us. So I thought, how better than to build our own pipeline? We have these needs, we have these responsibilities that could be there. If we could start training folks up and find a way to actually get them licensed, and then we could build our own pipeline for ultimately becoming a building inspector. So this pretty much summarizes the vision that I have interpreted from council's will into reality. I've met with the folks that will be affected by this and told them what was coming. I don't have a name for the division yet. We're calling it beautification right now for lack of a better name, but I very much want the employees that are a part of this to have a touch of input into what the division's named. Also, the color of their uniforms, and those types of things. So I haven't branded this yet, but for the sake of conversation and argument, I'm going to be calling it the Beautification Division until I have an actual name for it from the folks. So this pretty much concludes my presentation. I think I said that the go live date would be October 1. So that's what we're looking at, is in a couple of weeks, starting to work this out. Some of the questions that I could think of that you might want to ask that I'll just preemptively answer. Where are these folks going to be housed? Well, at first, they're going to continue to be housed where they currently are. But we do recognize that for them to be their own division, at some point, we're going to need to have a place that is their own. Right now, the equipment is stored in 2 different locations. So we're looking at some options of being able to tuck them into behind the current parks maintenance facility. That's an option. I think long-term, maybe putting them out maybe at the wastewater treatment plant and building appropriate facility out there just to house the equipment and to give them some space to be able to work on their machinery, may be appropriate. But obviously those comes with the expenditures that we don't have budgeted. So we won't be doing anything along that line this first year. We're going to be working as best we can with what we have available, because we did not propose a new budget for this division. We don't have money for extra expenses or extra pieces of equipment. To a certain degree, we will be cannibalizing from parks and public works in order to be able to accomplish these things. So I think that's probably the biggest question I would think that you would have, but now I'm happy to take questions or to expand upon anything that you saw tonight.
Thank you, James. Does anybody on the council have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions. I have some comments, and I also have maybe some insight here. I know I probably spoke about this program nearly 3 years ago, in that the OJT program for Texas veterans would help with this type of division, because you see that there's multiple opportunities for apprenticeship programs coming in, and those benefits will help pay their salaries from a minimum of 6 months to 2 years on top of the base salary that you offer in those apprenticeships, which is was a good recruitment plan to bring them up. So I would definitely consider that program to maybe enhance some of those apprenticeship opportunities, whether it's any of the vocation or any of the professional jobs that are there for certification. So
is there a specific name for that program?
It's out of the Texas Veterans Commission. It's called OJT, and I know I sent some information early on in my tenure here, but I will send you some links and you can look at that. And I think as a recruitment tool, it may help you find some highly qualified people to come in, work under some certified professional leads, and then work hard for those certifications. And then at the same time, they're subsidizing the pay so that you can get some quality candidates too. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
James, this is Councilmember Rizo. So this would be more like a facility maintenance division of the city, correct? In a way, because it's maintaining roadways, maintaining irrigation, maintaining electrical, so things like that. So would it be just a citywide maintenance program, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree more closely with the way that you closed out the comment than saying that it's a facilities maintenance plan, because this isn't about our facilities by any means. When we say facilities, normally we mean buildings.
Yeah.
But when it comes to roads being facilities, yes, that's essentially what we are doing. Is because right now, Parks Department has some, they mow some areas and they weed eat and clean up in some areas. Public Works does in some, and no one is really coordinating the overall effort. So it's kind of being piecemealed in a lot of ways. No, it's not a direct, critique of Public Works or Parks either. It's just that when we first started out Public Works, all of our employees did every job. They all did streets, they all did water, and they all did wastewater. But we've gotten to the point now where we're large and sophisticated enough to where we really need to start specializing what the work is that folks do in order to maximize our efficiencies and also to maximize the benefit that the public is receiving. So like right now, you might get in your car and drive down Burleson per se and see that the grass is 4.5 feet tall along the new section of Burleson that just opened up. Well, now there are some other reasons for the new roads, because they typically put out grass that has to grow and stuff before you can mow it, but you can weed eat it. But right now, that's not in either Parks or Public Works domain. So it's things like that get missed, not by purpose. You saw the map that I showed. Let me show you again. This map right here, the green areas are the areas that Public Works is currently maintaining, and there's lots of gaps. So what we're trying to do is take a more holistic approach to this. So between the contract with the private folks coming in to do some of these major corridors, and then us consolidating the different efforts that are being done by Parks and Public Works into one division, that we can then start to fill in those gaps and make it to where it's a more holistic approach. Now, granted, also this map I'm showing you is much larger than we can probably accomplish until we have more people, but that's the vision.
Yeah. One of the reasons I brought this forward was because I wanted to know about the licensed plumber and licensed electrician. Because when we start talking about licensed electricians and plumbers, I want to make sure that we, this is someone that we're going to pay a good wage to, because they're licensed masters or journeymen, making sure that, we don't have them sitting around. So I'm thinking, if we don't have anything out in the street division to be fixing, we could utilize them as well in our maintenance, our facilities, which are buildings as well. So I was just kind of thinking that, making sure we keep them, because we've got them on payroll, make sure we keep them busy. I don't know how busy you think you keep them on the streets, lighting, maybe extremely busy, but I was just throwing that out there that we could probably use someone like that in numerous ways to protect, not just only to work on our street lighting and anything that's worked there, but if they have some downtime, maybe retrofitting something in our buildings as well.
Yeah, I think that goes a lot, Councilmember Rizzo, to what I'm talking about as far as the data gathering and the benchmarking, because we should be able to say, hey, we're only able to utilize 2 electricians at 80%, which means we have 20% of their time available to do other stuff. We can't pay necessarily less than what market is, otherwise we won't be able to hire them. We'll train them, they'll get their license, and then they'll leave us to go work in the private sector. So that doesn't do us any good either. So we wouldn't want to propose paying electricians, plumbers, or anybody for that matter below what the market is. But at the same time, I understand what you're saying, and yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't intend there being so much work that we have no additional capability for an electrician to run over and take a look at, a power box that needs to be done for the Christmas tree lighting in the square or something. I mean, I'm just making stuff up, but I totally get where you're coming. I don't see these folks sitting around on their laurels. That doesn't do us any good either, because I do think though, the Heroes Memorial Park, that goes the way that it's supposed to go. There'll be plenty of electrical and plumbing work to be done at that site alone, and that's not even where we're stopping. That's just the tip of the iceberg. So I do think there'll be plenty of opportunities, but this is something that's going to take a bit, because right now, we have some master electricians and some master plumbers who are building inspectors. In order to be trained, you have to be trained by one of those folks. So it would take, I mean, in order to be trained as an apprentice, you have to apprentice to a master. So it's going to take the trade is probably the one that's going to take the most work on my part to see come to fruition, and probably the most patience, because it'll be a lot easier to hire landscape techs and those things that go out and do the work than it is the trades. But I just think it's an important piece that seems to fit in and make sense.
Correct. That's great. Yeah, definitely. I think your time, when you make your evaluations is when you'll be able to see where the times can be spent. But yeah, I think it's a great plan. I like it. I can tell you put a lot of thought into this and a lot of hard work. So thank you for doing that. And I like the plan. I'm looking at it and I really like it. So yeah, I think that's a great plan. And I think if we train someone in-house and I think they would probably stay loyal to us as well, be appreciative of the training. So yeah, I think that's a great plan. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other thoughts, comments? For myself, James, I'll say that what I'm most excited about is the community seeing tangible upgrades to the way we maintain our right-of-way. I think the contract that we're putting forward, as well as this new division, is going to give us a real chance to make a noticeable difference in the community, and it's needed. I've toured Buda and San Marcos and other cities, and when every city I'm in, I'm always looking at how their right-of-way is maintained. How do they welcome you in to their community through their roadways? And for the longest time, I felt like the city of Kyle has just really struggled to have the mindset that's needed, and to devote, in particular, the resources that are needed to properly maintain our right-of-ways in the community. And this proposal is a huge step towards making that goal, that vision, a reality. When our community members, when our residents drive throughout our streets, when they look over at the sidewalks and they look around at the grass around the roads, what do they see? Do they see weeds everywhere? In particular, obviously, I'm focused on some of the sidewalk infrastructure, because a lot of our new roads have really nice sidewalks, but if those sidewalks are not properly maintained, they can become an eyesore very quickly, because new concrete, you just see it. You see those weeds growing up, all over town, and it's not a result of shoddy work. It's just a result of not having the mindset of, we built something nice and now we need to maintain it at that level that we want to see. Clearly, your touch of care program, your reimagining of our right-of-way maintenance into its own division, a beautification division, is exactly the kind of move that I think we are ready for as a community. I can't wait. To drive up and down some of these streets and see our street sweeper out there full time, see our sidewalks without weeds, making sure all of our right-of-way is mowed, weed-eated, trimmed, and edged, tapered, all of it, but the community of Kyle deserves to have nicely maintained roads, and I'm glad that we're taking the steps we're taking to deliver that to them.
Thank you for those comments, Mayor.
No, I'm, this is something that, as much as an individual council member or a mayor may want to accomplish, this is not something that any of us can accomplish, because we're not the ones that create divisions. We're not the ones that manage staff. That has to come from senior leadership within the city staff. And you've obviously taken the feedback of council and myself very seriously, and brought forward a full-throated proposal with the goal of increasing those standards. So I'm proud of you for this work. I know it's something you care about too. You know how much I care about it, and so I look forward to seeing this. Yeah, like I said, come to fruition. So this item and the WLE contract are massive to me on this agenda, and I just can't wait to see what happens over the next few months and years. Any other comments?
Well said, Mayor. I concur. Thank you, James. Really great job.
Thank you, Councilmember Ellison.
All right, next up, CIP road projects and consent agenda presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. We'll start off with Lehman Road. As we all know, the road is open. It's about 98% complete. We're waiting on the final punch list items to be taken care of. We did have an AED inspection planned for later this month, but the inspector apparently has left, and so we're having to get another inspector to check the project. There was a question concerning street lights. They're not on, but we're trying to work with PEC to get the power to the lights in several locations, and then we'll have a building inspection to check out those lights, make sure that they're properly installed. The next project, of course, is Burleson Street. We're still at 83%. We haven't received the latest pay estimate from the contractor. We're still working at that intersection there by the railroad tracks. The contractor is addressing the rest of the punch list items through the rest of the project. We're hoping that this thing is open by 9/28 of this month. Maybe sooner. We're just hoping the weather doesn't interfere again with us on this project. We did take an aerial view of that shot at that problem intersection. As you can see, they started redoing that curb and gutter there because we had some issues with it. We know this is going to impact the quiet zone, but we do have an option on how to address that. So we're working on that process to make sure that we comply and get the quiet zone implemented in this intersection, along with the other 4 quiet zones that we're working on. Southside wastewater improvements, we're still a bit more complete on the project, up to 64%. We still have 3 crews working out there, one at the lift station. This is a shot of the lift station, and the rain didn't help that project either, but they're working through it. We do have the crew that's almost finished with the gravity line and reclaimed water line at Public Works, and they'll be working next to the prison on the next round of their work. We do have that 3rd crew still working on the second bore there at Post Road by I-35. On the treatment plant expansion, we're up at 10.6%, which is pretty significant. The rain did hurt us pretty well on that one, so they're still pumping water out and trying to get it dry again so they can continue working. The contractor has done some things to try to keep that water from coming into his project area. The next slide is going to show you the overall picture after the rain that we had the other day. A significant amount of rain that we had. Upcoming projects, again, Button Creek Interceptor, we're going to be opening bids next week on that one. We're going to be opening up bids on the Elliott Branch Wastewater Improvement Project on October 21st, so that's coming up. The Colors Crossing Elevated Storage, we're opening that bid up next week. Hoping to get good bids on that. And then, of course, Mundy Hill, we're still scheduled to open bids on September 28th of this month. And that concludes my presentation. I'm ready for any questions that you may have.
Questions for Leon? Or about any?
Leon, this is Councilmember Rizo. If you could continue to try to get those lights on Lehman Road. And one reason is we're getting into the time of the year where it starts getting dark earlier. And I just started thinking about those students that are walking after extracurricular activities from the high school. So please continue to work on that. And I'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much for your work on that already. And also with Burleson, if we could really get on that. I know that was a costly mistake that cost us some time on that little turnout. We could just stay on top of that and try to get that road open. I know there's a lot of citizens in Kyle that would really greatly appreciate that, and I'm probably one of them as well, because I'm ready to see that road receiving traffic and the citizens utilizing it and giving relief to some of the subdivisions in the area as well. So if we could stay on those. But thank you for the presentation, Leon, and please continue to try to get those first two projects going. Thank you, sir.
We'll do that.
I was going to recommend also, I asked at the last council meeting, but if, as it relates to Burleson, we need, much more frequent updates. I know it's difficult to get those updates when you're trying to negotiate various schedules and people, but I'm being asked every single day from different people, just, reaching out and asking for updates. And it's difficult for us as council to give those updates because we understand that it's, multiple layers deep, and there's just a lot that goes on at a staff level trying to manage that project. But with all of that said, because we have this project has been delayed so severely, and Creekside Village in particular has their entrance blocked off. Really two things. One is we need to see workers out there every single day, and we need regular and routine updates to the project. When we were doing 150 East, the county was doing that road. We received I think weekly updates. Considering that now we're at a place where I think maybe it's going to be completed in 2 weeks. I'm certainly getting tired of telling folks that it's going to be end of August, mid-September, 22nd, 24th, 28th. We need some help here as a council to communicate to these residents because we don't have the information to give them. Only you do. So I would like to request at least several updates between now and the 28th.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? This is also a time if you have any questions for staff on any of the consent agenda items that were not covered. All right. Thank you, Leon. With that, I'm sorry.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah. If now we'll move on to the consent agenda, items number 15 through 25.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 15 through 25.
Mayor, I'd like to pull consent agenda number 25.
All right, there's been a motion to approve agenda items number 15 through 25. Is there a second?
Well, I'll rescind it and make it 15 through 24.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Scheel, seconded by Councilmember Rizo that we approve agenda items number 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 25, authorize the expenditure of previously approved contingency funds for the Bowie contract. Councilor Rizo.
Yeah, Mayor, I think we were going to try to get Bowie on the line for this. Just had some questions. I didn't know this was the time that council wanted to talk to Jed Bowie concerning the ask from Bowie.
I don't believe he is available.
Okay.
Is what I was told.
Okay, so I guess
let's table it for now.
Let's table it for now. Let's. I'd like to table.
Is there somebody available? Samantha, Scott, is there somebody available from Bowie?
Mayor, Council, Samantha Armbruster for the record. We reached out and we did not receive availability from the Bowie team for tonight's meeting.
Let's just move on then.
Yep. Like to table
Next up, agenda item number 26, first and final reading, approve an ordinance authorizing the issuance of, in principle, not to exceed $4.59 million of City of Kyle, Texas General Obligation Refunding Bonds Series 2020, the refunding of approximately $4.6 million of certain outstanding obligations. levying a continuing direct ad valorem tax on all taxable properties within the city to pay the interest on said bonds, etc. Mr. Moheet.
Mayor, there's a public hearing with this item. If you wanted to open that first.
Why don't you go ahead and give the presentation, then I'll open it up.
Okay, we'll do that. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for the record, Perwez Moheet, City's Director of Finance. On September 1st, City Council authorized city staff to proceed with refunding approximately $4.6 million in outstanding bonds from 3 separate bond series, $485,000 from Series 2009 General Obligation Bonds, $2.8 million from Series 2010 Certificates of Obligation Bonds, and $1.4 million from Series 2011 General Obligation Bonds. Today, under agenda item number 26, staff is requesting City Council's approval of a bond ordinance authorizing the issuance of City of Kyle General Obligation Refunding Bonds in the par amount of $4,175,000. Mayor, at this point, I'd like to stop and have you open the public hearing, and then I'll come back after you close the public hearing to complete the rest of the presentation.
Okay, this item has a public hearing. Is there anyone who has called in and registered to speak on it?
There are none.
Okay, there are none. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing unless there are any objections. It's now closed. Go ahead, Perwez.
The City of Kyle bonds received excellent pricing in the tax-exempt bond market this morning. We had initially estimated the city's interest cost savings to be around $360,000. However, the numbers came in much better. The city and its taxpayers will save approximately $461,000, so almost $100,000 more in interest cost savings. We have with us this evening the city's financial advisor, Mr. Chris Allen of RBC Capital Markets, and the city's bond counsel, Mr. David Mendez with Bickerstaff, Heath, Delgado, and Acosta. At this point, Mayor, I would like for the city's financial advisor, Mr. Chris Allen of RBC Capital Markets, to brief City Council on who our competition was in the bond market this morning, how the City of Kyle bonds priced this morning, and to review some of the very key or critical items pertaining to this bond transaction. Chris?
Thank you, Perwez. Again, for the record, my name is Chris Allen, RBC Capital. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I do have some very good news for you. It's always nice to bring lower interest costs and the ability to refinance some outstanding bonds to bring savings to the city of Kyle citizens. As Perwez mentioned, we entered the market today, and just to kind of give you well, first of all, Perwez, would you mind sharing your screen? I've prepared a one-page summary to kind of outline some of the critical features of today's sale. Is it on the screen? I can't tell.
Hold on, Councilmember Villalobos, could you turn off your mic, please? We're getting some feedback.
It should be on the screen now.
It's not up yet.
While Perwez is putting that up, just to kind of give you an idea of where we are in the market. I mean, despite the uncertainties of, COVID, we've continued to see interest rates fall to historical lows. And if you look there, it looks like he has the summary up. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see there's a graph showing the MMD yield curve. The MMD is a municipal bond index that we use when we price price your bond. So just to kind of give you some context there, the top line there is the 15-year average. That's the dark blue line. The light blue line is this time last year, and the green line is where we are currently. And so we're able to enjoy, historically low rates. So that being said, we were able to go into the market today, despite a huge amount of supply. And as Perwez mentioned, you had several large players, neighbors, I might add. You had City of Austin was in the market today with $270 million worth of bonds. The Texas Water Development Board, $600 million in bonds. Argyle ISD, Texas ISD with PSF guarantee was also in the market with $40 million. So we entered the market early and was able to get out early and came out with a very good result. As Perwez mentioned, Bickerstaff Heath Delgado, your bond attorney, is on the line. David Mendez, Piper Sandler was the underwriter. Their counsel was Warwick Harrington Sutcliffe. We at the end of the day, were able to garner a all-in true interest cost of 1.3% for a 10-year bond issue, which is, significantly low, which is, something you should congratulate yourselves on. And that represents gross savings to the citizens of Kyle of $460,000. As a matter of course, when we go to issue bonds, as you all are aware, we also seek ratings, credit ratings, and these with these bonds, your credit rating or the city's credit rating was affirmed at AA-. Perwez always does a very outstanding job of gathering and presenting all the information, in this process. And so, again, a AA- is a very, very high rating and something you should be very proud of. With that, I will answer any questions, but I would certainly recommend approval.
Thank you, Chris. Perwez, any questions or comments?
Staff recommends approval of the bond ordinance, Mayor, unless council has any questions for me.
Nope, no questions. That's a pretty fantastic rate. I don't know that I can argue with that. Even if I would try, I'm pretty sure I'd lose that argument. It's hard to beat 1 point whatever.
1.37.
1.37. I mean, how many refundings have we done now to cut our interest down? And in particular, the SWIFT loan for ARWA, as well as the CO bond for the wastewater treatment plant. Each time we go to the market, you continue to exceed expectations for what I would consider to be a reasonable interest rate, given where the markets currently are. So my hats are off to Chris and Perwez and the whole team. So thank you all for your hard work and job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
I was gonna say, I'll second.
All right, it's moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Scheel. Any further discussions? Councilmember Scheel.
No, I was just seconding. I don't have a comment. All right.
Someone's home. All right. All those in favor
Actually,
say aye.
it's my delivery. Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Great job.
Great job,
Thank you.
team.
Thank you. Congrats.
Congratulations.
Okay. Next up, item number 27, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas, for the purpose of assigning original zoning to approximately 128 acres of land from AG to R13 and approximately 30.27 acres of land from R1T to R1T and 20.37 acres of land to community commercial for property located off of East Post Road. This item has a public hearing and is to be presented by Mr. Koontz. Mr. Koontz, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Hi. And to the rest of the council, my name is Howard Koontz. I'm the Community Development Director for the record. This is an application that relates to what we have commonly referred to as the Spooner Tract. It's about 180 acres on the east side of I-35, just adjacent and northeast of the Quail Ridge subdivision. Previously, they came forward with an application that would take this property from its ag status to residential uses. And the first go around, the city had a different expectation for what we thought would be appropriate on the site. So there was a full cycle deferral. It went back through the planning and zoning for additional consideration a week ago. And at that time, the P&Z voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the rezoning request as it's been presented in the staff report, and staff finds the same. So I can make myself available for any questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions for Howard before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone who is online or who has registered to speak? Jennifer?
There are none for this.
Okay, thank you. With no one wishing to speak, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. It is now closed. Any questions or comments from Mr. Koontz?
I'm going to go ahead real quick and just share this screen so that you can see what exactly the request is. So as you look at this screen, on the bottom, you can see the lots for Quail Ridge. And then this is the site directly adjacent. You've got East Post Road is bordering this site to the left side of the page. And then over to the right will be the new, I believe it's called Waterstone, which will eventually be a reasonably large project that is actually in the San Marcos ETJ, but that will receive some utility service from the city of Kyle. So as you're on the left side of the page here, you're the closest to the I-35 northbound frontage road. And for that reason, they have the highest intensity uses, which is the community commercial, which is scaled and also has a requirement for architectural features that are scaled for and meant for the use of the rooftops of the immediate vicinity. They don't necessarily have a pull that's super or even extra regional. It's really just for the stuff that's within the community itself. Flanking that on either side would be townhomes, which are attached residential structures. So the single structure can have at least, or is required to have at least 4 dwelling units. So they are the typical row homes that you would expect when you think of townhome architecture. The remainder in yellow is R13, 50-foot wide lots, single family detached, which has the option to be designed with alley loading, as opposed to what Kyle requires for lots that are less than 50 feet are required to have alley loading, but these are R13. So it'll be at the discretion of the eventual home builder.
Any questions or comments?
Mayor and Council, if I can add something, Scott Sellers for the record. This property does service the Waterstone tract, as was mentioned by Mr. Koontz. We had negotiated originally with Waterstone for a 4-lane boulevard, basically accessing back to Waterstone. That group had committed to build 2 of the 4 lanes, and with the understanding that the ultimate developer of this property would come in and build the other 2. Council at the time did pass an updated transportation master plan amendment with that expectation and understanding. So this roadway is part of our plan. As from what I understand at this point, the 2 parties and the city still need to come together on the engineering of that roadway. So I just wanted to reflect in the record that those agreements, probably each party with the city, needs to be ultimately codified.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, comments for Scott or Howard?
Actually, I do. And if you said something about this while I had to step away, I'm sorry. But so I'm assuming that the top of the page, the long side of the rectangle, that is actually the part that faces 158, correct?
There's a piece of land between this property and 158 that's outside of the city, owned by Mr. Meridia. But yes, that's as you're looking at this page, it's clocked just a little bit counterclockwise, but north is effectively the top of the page. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I hate to ask about this, but our friend, the pipeline, how far away from the start of this property is the pipeline?
I can tell you exactly. I just went ahead and pulled that down. Give me 1 second to pull this other map up, and I can pull up a wider area. Let's see here. Okay, so here is a Google Earth map, and now this is true north is straight up, so I-35 frontage road. This is Quail Ridge. This is the subject property here, and these two properties are owned by Mr. Meridia. This is 158 that is skirting the site to the east, I'll call it, and the distance there is, because the pipeline is going to run sort of coincident with this 158 right of way. It will come up a little bit, and it comes to somewhere around this corner. So I'm going to say at its closest point, it's in the neighborhood of about 400 feet.
Okay. And you said we're going to be there's going to be townhomes here?
There will be. See if I can you see that? I guess
yes.
It's yeah. So the townhomes are the brown that's here, that flank, and that's the furthest western portion. So that measurement that I just made a minute ago was from, I guess you can see my cursor there.
Right over here, yeah.
Here. That's somewhere in the neighborhood of that's that 400-foot measurement that I made. And then the higher density townhomes. So R1T permits up to 10 units to the acre. That's the maximum theoretical that you can get on there, 10 dwelling units to the acre. That's a good deal further away. I've got a ballpark. If that's 400, that's probably going to be in the neighborhood of about 1,800 feet.
Oh, okay.
It's.
I'm still. I mean, I'm already concerned with anybody else building right next to, or close to, the pipeline. But I'm really concerned about townhomes going in, and just meaning that many more people, that in the vicinity of the pipeline is. I'm kind of concerned about that, but as long as they know there's a pipeline that I guess can hamper, and we have good. Is this the only road that's going to go through the property? I mean, or do we even know what a good plat is going to be on it?
We don't yet. Right now, they haven't given us a land plan. We're still talking about the allowable uses at this point. So before they get too far into the weeds with design, they probably need the entitlement to know that they can even move forward. So right now, we know that East Post exists, as well as there will be an expectation of a new road that's constructed coming from the San Marcos ETJ through this property, and it winds down a little bit, and it comes right here to the corner. And then eventually it's going to move almost due west to the frontage road and make that connection. So right now we're aware of two, but there'll be considerably more.
Okay. Yeah, I could do this with the expectation of making sure that there is plenty of egress for these homeowners to get out if there is an accident on that pipeline. And I don't want to count on something that's not already platted or planned or, promised to go through. I just want to be able to make sure that we can get the people out if we needed to. And that's it.
Thank you, Councilor Scheel. Any other thoughts or questions? Motions?
I have some questions. Howard, so explain to me the road situation again. Are you saying that they're not going to be using 158? Or it's not going to be the primary road?
They do not have access to 158. The site is this 180 acres that's right here. Right now, the entirety of the parcel fronts East Post Road. It's right here. Eventually the development plan moving forward is for when I'll back out a little bit, when the development of this land down here, which actually runs all the way down to 21, when all this begins, it will be able to take access through a road that is currently planned through the middle of this property. That's what this is. And it is ultimately planned to be a 4-lane divided parkway style road that will connect the northern end of this development with I-35 northbound without requiring the connection down to Yarrington, which would be through here, through the existing Yarrington Road, or going all the way down to 21. Those folks would be able to move north that way.
Can you zoom in on that plot again?
On this one here?
Yeah, on the Google Maps version of it, yeah. Okay. So a little further, a little more, please.
Zoom in, sure.
Okay. So okay. So that big one is the plot. Just stay there. You're saying that the road is going to go like this. And so they're not going to turn right and then left on 150 to get to 35. They're going to just use post.
Neither. There's nothing to say. I'm just going to do this real quick. There's nothing to say that when they get to the terminus of this parkway that they wouldn't turn right and go up Post Road to 158 and a left to the frontage road. But the expectation is that this road will be continued by others, not through the Spooner tract development folks. It's going to be connected over here. There's about a 900-foot connection that's going to be built from this corner, which on this plat is here, and it's going to continue across and follow this property line and tie into the frontage road right here. But this connection here and any of the roadway network on this land over here is not a function of nor associated with the development of this 180 acres that we're talking about tonight.
And I can add even more context there. That is, so the Waterstone Mud working on the access into their property has negotiated not only with the representatives of the Spooner tract, but the Mud is also involved in acquiring that other piece. So what Mr. Koontz said is correct, but the by others is the Waterstone Mud, and the entire roadway will be completed for that project to the frontage road.
Thank you for that, Scott, because I was going to say who has the interest or the, expectation that they would build that road, if not the Spooners or, whoever, or because if this one goes right outside of this tract, what would be their reasoning for actually building a road on the side of their tract? Right. Yeah. So the Mud from over on the west side of the east side of the Spooner tract is what we're talking about. Hopefully picking up that piece on the west side to continue that road to 35.
And that's been engineered. It's well in process. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that gives me a little bit better feeling.
Yeah. Any other thoughts or comments? Motions?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve item number 27.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Scheel, seconded by Councilmember Villalobos. Is there any further discussion on the matter? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, agenda item number 28, first reading an ordinance amending chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas, for the purpose of rezoning approximately 4.66 acres of land from RS to R1C for property located on BB Road, just west of Daisy Lane in Hays County, Texas. This item is from Mr. Koontz as well and also has a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is about 4.5 acres that's just west of the intersection of Daisy Lane and BB Road. And it's actually on BB. To the west of this property is an apartment complex. To the east are some as yet undeveloped properties that are zoned commercial. This is a request to convert this property from RS to R1C. R1C is a single family category for property that is owned condominium. So what is likely is that the property will be owned in common by an entity, be it the owners association or a third party. And then the structures therein that are built for residential use, only use that's permissible, will be owned on the inside by the resident. The application was brought forward and went to the P&Z a week ago. And at that time, they found that this is a good use in that it creates an availability to solve the challenge of Kyle's missing middle, meaning we have a rental product that is prolific in Kyle, meaning the multifamily residential apartment styles for rent. We also have the ownership fee simple of single family detached homes in Kyle, but we do not have many ownership types nor architectural types that are anywhere in between those two bookended. So after a minimal amount of discussion, the P&Z voted to recommend approval of 6-0, and staff, after consulting the comprehensive plan, has found that we too request a favorable vote.
Okay, thank you, Howard. Is there any questions before I open the public hearing? All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is there anyone who is registered to speak who wishes to speak on this item?
None for this item.
All right, with none registered to speak, unless there are any objections, I'm going to close the public hearing. It is now closed. Any further comments, Howard, or any questions from staff? For staff, council?
I don't believe so. I put up a map to show the existing zoning. To the south is it's a mobile home, manufactured home park that is located effectively to the south. Once you get past the commercial corner of BB and Daisy, over here in this warehouse zoning is actually Science Hall Elementary School. Moving up Daisy Lane, we've got the park property, and there's single family detached in Sunset Hills over here. And as I said earlier, this is entirety R33 is Multifamily, which is currently being used, multifamily rental. It's our apartment complex, R33, allows for development at 28 units to the acre.
Howard, this is Councilman Tobias. I think right up there on the corner of Daisy and BB, there's a gas station that's being built right there.
Yes.
So this is on top of a hill, correct? This,
as you move west on BB, there's a little bit of slope, yes.
okay. You know, I know that those apartments down there at Hayes Junction, you know, when we have those heavy rains, it gets really flooded down there. That wouldn't be too much of a concern as far as that's going to do. How many street roads will be coming out from that area? Will it be just one entrance or two?
I do not believe that a site plan has been put together yet to talk about what the expectation is for the development here. For stormwater concerns, it's always been my experience that the improvement of vacant, unimproved land usually results in stormwater management that is not present on a bare site. So if there's anything that's going on there that would be deleterious to the site currently, the idea of development and putting in the structures and the parking and the other impervious surfaces, they'll also be required to account for any stormwater issues that they generate, and will also have to, at the very least, deflect any stormwater that's coming from off-site through their site.
Thank you, sir.
Howard, this is Councilman Rizo. So Kathy Ruggert will be able to oversee a lot of the flood mitigation here. If there's any that needs to be taken, these steps.
The engineering department in general, yes, would be on the forefront of reviewing any of the stormwater management plans that come in from the private sector civil engineers. They get reviewed by ours for compliance. I believe it's Kashav who does most of the reviews for that. He's a stormwater.
I know that
engineer with experience in stormwater.
Councilmember Tobias brought up the apartments that flood out there. I know that City of Kyle has a couple of lots there. I believe, correct? We have 2 lots there. If I'm reading the notes right. Is there anything in that area that we could probably bring those lots? It's probably not the right time to bring this up, but maybe utilize some of those lots to deter some of that flood mitigation in that area to the street, to the apartments there, or how far away is that?
Are you talking about the city-owned properties, these 2 lots here?
Correct.
That are next to that. If memory serves, these are not downstream.
Okay.
I think these are upstream from what's going on down here. I
Okay.
think the downstream continues this way, and most of the floodway is associated with this conservation service pond, which is impounded by this dam, and the backup goes underneath Daisy and continues up this way. So I think most of what's coming down is this way. I don't think that this land use question has been evaluated yet for the technical aspects of stormwater detention and management yet, though, that I'm aware.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Howard.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the property that the city owned was further north on Daisy than that, up closer to the bend next to Chapa.
I've always been led to believe that it was attached to the Sunset Hills when folks came in to do the replat and the amendment to their zoning. They had indicated that they would have tie-ins to the east so that they would be able to treat the park property as an amenity to their own development without necessarily having to contribute anything to the improvement. Unless somebody can correct me on that. I've always been led to believe it was this, yeah.
Yeah, that's the portion right there that...
Oh, it's all of it. Okay.
Yep.
My question's really as it relates to the road. We don't have anything currently working on in the CIPs for upgrades or widening of a BB lane heading towards I-35, do we?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I can take that. There, we don't in the 5-year CIP. In the transportation master plan we do, and I'm going to again draw the plan actually straightens out this hard S curve and brings the road down something like this. Of course, it needs to be designed, but the real question is how to take out this hard S curve, and then the ramp reversal is it will ultimately affect how we plan that roadway.
Well, I guess the traffic out there on BB has not been something that I've gotten a lot of complaints. I get more complaints from Windy Hill Road, but if you drive that road very often, I've been out there, numerous times. It's kind of it's a narrow and harrowing road with multiple sharp turns, no shoulders, no medians. So, I mean, are you concerned, or is anyone concerned about continuing to approve development out on the eastern part of the city limits on BB Road itself? Or is this more of a situation where let's go ahead and your recommendation is to go ahead and put everything in, and then eventually we'll get to the road upgrades when the budget allows?
So
Mayor, this is Councilman Tobias. You do make a good point on that because those roads are, like I said, I travel them quite often. It's a pretty big hill and a quick curve around, and especially right up there when you hit the BB and Dacey intersection, the traffic gets backed up pretty bad, especially from coming out of Kensington and the other areas. But it's a big downhill slope that comes around.
Well, one thing that the site has going for it is how close it is to Dacey, and Dacey's getting ready, I suppose, to get an upgrade. It was proposed and funded in 2016 in the county's road bonds project. So there's that element of it, being able to go south on Dacey, which is a very good road, being able to go north on the new Dacey to 21 is where that road would go. And, so those would be good ways to get into and out of the subdivisions. But the problem is that, as I see it, at least, most of the people who would live there would not use those roads to get into and out of their property, but in fact would probably be using BB Road itself. And for myself, I have no problem supporting projects in certain areas when I know that there's a plan and we are working towards upgrading and improving the road. Like even Windy Hill, we've spent considerable time and resources working on that with more upgrades on the immediate horizon. So I'm a little bit more open to that, but down on BB, down there on the other side of those apartments, I'm just not sure how I personally feel about continuing to build density in that particular area, because I think it's going to make for more traffic on BB up there closer to I-35.
Yeah, Mayor, the plan up to this point has been, because it's in the transportation master plan, we would request the development to carry the burden of that segment again through kind of that area here.
Well, they're going to pay impact fees and ALM and various other things, fees in order to contribute towards it. But what I'm saying is, if the city is not in a place where it's getting ready to fund this multi-million-dollar project, then there's some, I think there's reasonable. I think it's reasonable for council to conclude that it would, even if they put some money into an account somewhere, that it would be maybe as much as 10 years or so before we ever get around to upgrading that particular road. And we're down there near Quail Ridge. We're looking at proposals on Old Post Road. But, I was like, all right, well, we're getting ready to do some pretty substantial work on Old Post Road. So I can see giving a residential zoning out there, because the investments that we're going to make are going to match the development in the area. So I just have concerns if we're not preparing to invest a major CIP on BB right now, if that's not the main roadway that we're looking to reconstruct over the next 5 years. At what point do we say, we're just not ready to grant those kind of zoning requests out there because it's not, our infrastructure is not set up to be able to handle any more density in that particular area.
Mayor, I just want to say real quickly that I agree with you. And one reason why is that we also have a middle school out there, Chopper Middle School. And I've traveled those roadways right there, and they get pretty bogged down with traffic, especially when there's something going on in school or school's going on. And to add more traffic to that area, that little 2-lane road is, I think would really impact that road tremendously and not in a positive way. I'm looking at it and I worry about what it's going to do in that roadway with the schools getting ready to reopen completely. By the time this development comes in, I'm thinking it's going to impact that roadway tremendously, and I'm just having trouble with supporting this one. It's just too small of a road.
To just refer to the engineering comment, I think this would be a great project for our transportation engineer. Once we have what's called a PER, or preliminary engineering report, we'll have that will help define the alignment of the roadway and give us a better probable cost for the project. So at that point, I think we can layer into the CIP as needed. After Old Stagecoach Road and Bunton Lane, the next large project could very well be this portion of BB.
My thinking would just be when we get ready to actually memorialize that, that's when I would look to approve additional, high density residential developments down the road, because, I don't know. It seems to me like we're a decade away from any kind of substantial improvements on BB. And I'm not sure for myself that it's at this point, it's a council, a priority to allocate funds towards yet one more road in order to accommodate the development community. That's how taxes go up. We have a lot of roads we're trying to improve right now. And when we improve those roads and they have a lot of land available to be developed, that's when you say, okay, here you go. Here's the road. Let's get it developed. And even if the road's not developed, but that you have, you're cobbling together the resources and you have the game plan for upgrading that road, well, then even in that case, I think it's probably okay to go ahead and allow for development to proceed. But if there's no plan and no resources allocated and no strong council will to allocate those resources, then I think we probably just diminish the quality of life for folks that live out there. And I don't anticipate that the particular zoning is going to make the difference for our, road funds in order to be able to, it's a big project you're talking about. That's a $10 million project. And so, I'd much rather continue to upgrade the roads that we currently have that are surrounded by developments that need to be improved, and maybe not get too out over our skis far out on the BB. And there's really not much to be developed further east out than that. It's all developed for quite a while. So before you get into a situation where people wouldn't be going east and west necessarily on BB, but BB, Windy Hill, Bunton, further out east, those roads are scary because developers want to go out there because the land is cheap. And but what it does is it compels us over time to make more investments into another section of our city when we really haven't raised the revenue from that area to pay for those investments. So all you do is raise taxes. And it would be my recommendation to say, no, we're going to stick with the already built out infrastructure that we have and the road improvements that we're planning, and infill those lots along those so that we can actually pay for the infrastructure that we're putting into place, without just yet again allowing for more development to compel us to spend money that we weren't prepared to spend but for that development.
Mayor, I think to your point, the county's Daisy Lane project, once they go through that area, it will require a lot more of that traffic to be rerouted to BB. So that's correct. I mean, once Daisy is completed, it might provide an appropriate relief valve, but that's going to be several years away.
Well, and you have to think of it from an economic standpoint. So it's like, if that's the case, if we're truly getting prepared to build BB, then you want the development to come because you need to generate tax revenue to pay for the road. But it doesn't seem to, like I said, it doesn't seem to me like we're at a place where we're preparing in the next, like you said, in the next 5 years to even start funding a major road reconstruction project on BB. And if that's true, that's really not where we're at, I'd rather leave the zoning alone. And of course, if from a land use standpoint, you could make the case probably that RS is a denser and higher use than potentially the R1C. But, you know, the reality is that the R1C is being sought because that's where the high value is for the developers. That's what they're wanting to construct out there. They're not trying to build retail centers. They're trying to put housing everywhere you look, right, left, up, down, forward and back. I mean, that's what we're getting requests for out on the eastern part of town in particular. So, you know, for myself, without beating a dead horse, I would say that it's perfectly appropriate for the council to just wait for a while until we have a better long-term CIP plan for BB Road. Anyway, I'll stop talking. Those are just my thoughts.
Scott, you brought up a pretty good note earlier, was about us taking on Stagecoach, and Stagecoach is probably going to be about a year-long project. If we look at what happened around Burleson, I'm thinking anywhere from 7 to 12 months on just Stagecoach, maybe longer depending what we run into out there. Then right after that, we're hitting Bun Creek Road, which is easily, the section we're doing is probably a 6-month project. But then we still have the engineering to do on BB, and I don't know, we're looking at changing the format of the road, whether we have to acquire any right of ways or anything like that. So I'm still thinking that's either a 3-year away project for our street division. Yeah, I just worry about putting in that development out there with Chapel Middle School there on what is a considered 2-lane road, but to me, when I drive it, I feel like it's a 1-lane road, no center striping. So that's a lot of infrastructure, a lot of traffic on that little road, and it worries me.
Councilmember, the last time that the city council really brought up this section of BB Road, I think the desire was to let the underlying developer either do a special district like a PID, or, you know, somehow come up with the funding to reroute that heavy S curve through their property. And that was it. There wasn't a direction to add it to our CIP. So that's where the plan is.
Well, and I mean, there's not enough. I'm sorry, Robert, were you not done?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Well, I was going to say there's not enough land mass for this particular project to generate any kind of revenue substantial to reconstruct BB Road. And then I would also add that the Stagecoach project that's being proposed for our street construction division, the newly formed street construction division, is a city project, meaning it's right now it's not being envisioned that we're going to make 2 lanes into 3 lanes or 4 lanes and add sidewalks. And, you know, that's not what that project is. It's about taking the poor conditions, the bumpiness, and bringing it back down to grade, resurfacing, maybe widening the shoulders a little bit. I think that's something that that I've heard Harper proposing, adding, you know, striping and things like that. But, you know, and then some upgrades around the old tree. But BB is a whole different animal, because it's not that we need to get out there and resurface it. That won't solve the problem. I mean, it could probably use resurfacing, but it's got all that crack seal out there. It's a fairly smooth road. It's not perfect, but it's that what we're going to have to do if we're going to invest in it's going to be a complete reconstruction. So that's full engineering, bid out the project. I don't anticipate that Harper's team could actually turn this into a 3 or a 4 lane road like what it probably needs to be if we're going to get that level of density that far down east on BB. It at a minimum needs to be a 3 lane road with a pretty wide entrance, multiple lanes, coming into I-35 as that development happens. And it's just, that's just monies that we're not yet allocating. So.
Yeah. And just to make just a small point too, right by Science Hall, there's no turning lane. So that traffic gets backed up all the way. And I've seen emergency vehicles get stuck between that Daisy BB road and that intersection there. So you make some good points.
Yeah, I'll add to that comment. The Daisy Road reconstruction project from the county will add a signal there at BB and Daisy, so we're gonna finally get rid of that 4-way stop there.
I think I mentioned that before you, sir.
I just and I'm excited about that, but I go back to Post Road where the county has pushed that project back. I'm just worried about how far they might push this project back. Nothing bad against the county, but I know they've got a lot of projects they're working on throughout the county. So I'm just wondering for what the timeline for Daisy Lane is, and I don't see it being very favorable for the area as far as timeline.
And Mayor, I'd like to kind of go back to what you were talking about just a few moments ago, and I'd like to think we've learned from our mistakes. We brought in a lot of developers, and a lot of developers brought in a whole slew of residents, but our roads were not ready, and our infrastructure wasn't ready, and that increased, and that made the council 6 years ago increase taxes heavily. And that was a big surprise to a lot of our residents, and it was a shock, and to their pocketbooks and their budgets. So I'd like to think that we have learned from that past error, and I'm in agreement. I think we should hold off on some of these, especially high density projects, until we know that we have either the money set aside for it or are able to, provide that proper infrastructure needed. So, thank you.
Yeah, and it even goes to say, this is the second zoning request and as many items. And the big difference between this one and the one before is that the proposal next to Quail Ridge out there next to Waterstone includes the needed road infrastructure that would be really required to handle the development itself and the project itself. So, I mean, in case anyone's saying, well, you just voted
exactly
on one.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
You don't think the last one will?
I think we're arguing the exact same points for both of them. And one we voted through and then one we didn't. We opened up the door to everybody who wants to develop on 158, and 158 is not in good shape. That road is still in a plan, and I get the plan idea, except we have plans where we have things funded, and they still don't happen, or it takes forever for them to happen. So these are like the exact same thing to me until we start seeing improvements on those roads. And we've had past developers come in and want to put things right down the road from that other development and put more traffic on 158. And we don't have any plan for 158. That's a county road. We have a plan for Post Road. We've had a plan for Post Road for a long time. We've had Post Road funded for a long time. So I do agree I agree so much that I agree we should go back and re-vote on that last item. I don't know what we're doing, but we are not helping out these roads at all. And
Well,
I understand that we want to say we have a plan, but there's lots of plans that this city's had that never come to fruition.
So then no approved developments.
I guess I'll be the anti-development guy.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last proposal included the last zoning request included an arterial street through the middle of it, straight to I-35, and that proposal didn't even have access to 158 in the initial.
Has access to that road, then you can turn right or left, and you're going to go onto 158. Then it has the hopes of connecting to 35 if that other landowner develops. And we don't have a time frame for that.
Well, maybe I misunderstood what was discussed in the last item, but my understanding was that that major road would be constructed with the project itself.
Yeah,
They
The one
have
going
to-
through
they
the
have to
middle of
site
it,
plan
their
it.
main roadway.
No, I-
Curve to go straight to access road.
No, I thought Scott said that it's already being engineered. That road from the platted road the road that we were just discussing that goes through the Spooner property from at least to the west to get them to 21. And then also they're planning on purchasing the property to the west of that to continue that engineering to 35. Correct, Scott?
That's correct.
Okay.
They're planning on it.
Yes.
Okay.
To get them to 35, yes. But the part that goes west to 21 is already being engineered.
Well, not worried about getting to 21, worried about getting to 35.
I know. I'm
Part
just
to
saying.
the frontage road.
Yeah.
They're a lot closer to 35 than they are 21.
Yes, that is correct.
I thought the road was going straight to Post Road and then right down to 35.
That is the way it is that's the way it's shown now. Yes. But
So in order for them to develop and get their site plan put together and get their permits to construct on that track, they will have to install that road. That's the way that happens, right?
the one that goes in the middle of their property, you mean?
Correct.
Yes.
Right. So they have to build the road to Post Road, which is being reconstructed and in partnership with the county. So to me, that's the difference.
No, that's not the
Right.
road that's being done with the county. The one that's with the county is Old Post Road that goes from 150 to 158.
Oh, they're not coming to all
No.
that far south.
No, because that's about another quarter of a mile, eighth or a quarter of a mile to the west, or to the east. I mean, excuse me, I'm getting my directions messed up.
So I'm going to throw a map back up
Thank
here.
you.
The portion of Post Road that the county plans to begin construction on in the spring is this area. I'm not sure you can see the mouse move. Maybe I need to draw on it.
I just assumed they were going to go all the way to the interstate with that.
So that's where the county is going to construct. The portion of roadway that this development is responsible for. Oh boy, I slaughtered that. But anyway, it's through their property. The MUD has the responsibility for a second lane through here, and then has also acquired and engineered the cut through
Oh, so they have engineered that as well. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So they did acquire it. Okay. I thought you said that they were going to acquire it. Okay.
Well, they are in the, if they have not already acquired it, it's a legal comment that I can't make here publicly, but they're in the process.
Okay.
So Mayor Pro Tem Koch is correct that this developer is not responsible for this cut through. So in the event that the mud languishes and does not construct this portion of roadway here, then this development will be forced to exit either one of these routes on Post Road. But it is the MUD's hope to put that connection in, obviously sooner rather than later.
Good to know, and good that we have a second reading on that item that we're not on right now.
That's
right. Okay, Robert's rules.
Speaking of the item that we are on right now, the applicant has logged in. Hugo is with us now. I saw him before. So if you have any questions of the folks who are actually going to be facilitating the project itself, he can make himself available.
Hugo, do you have any comments?
Yes, I sure do, Mayor. Appreciate your time and consideration. First of all, I've worked for the master developer for this project for many, many years. The original tract was 23 acres. And just a little bit of history, we did negotiate with the city when we first built the Hayes Junction apartments, the phase 1, to actually work with their engineer to identify the right-of-way needs across the entire frontage of BB Lane. And so this tract is part of a 23-acre preliminary plan that was a multi-use development from the get-go. It had multifamily, had some R1T, actually, some townhomes that we actually changed to multifamily because the apartment developer wanted more land. And so that became Hayes Junction Phase 2. It went from R1T to multifamily. And what was left over was this 4.66 or 68 acre tract that we're talking about. It was designated as RS. And as you can see from the maps, that was a larger tract that was composed of 4 total tracts. The 3 other tracts having direct frontage either or the hard corner on BB and Daisy, and then the lot east and south of that, or west and south of that hard corner. Those have been able to move. There's been interest. In fact, there was an interest in from a Montessori school on the tract or lot just south of the corner. This developer has worked closely with the city, not only to dedicate a right-of-way, he gave a fair amount of money through the LAM process on the Hayes Junction apartments. And certainly we're prepared to do that with this tract. As the mayor pointed out earlier, this does generate less traffic than the current RS zoning. So we, as the applicant and as our client, see it as really a down zoning, is less traffic than what you have today. We are a consultant. We work all over Central Texas, and we're very much aware of traffic issues, and we applaud the cities and counties that take a proactive view to accommodate, safe routes for their community. And I applaud the city of Kyle for working through very tough and hard financial and strategic planning. But I see this as a very benign case, and I really would plead with you guys to consider this down zoning and actually a land use that would create less traffic, in my opinion, in the long run than the current RS. We have been working on a master plan. We're looking at maybe 33, 34 units potentially. and we will have access to BB and access to direct access to the shared access drive to Daisy. And you never know where people are going to go, where they're going to live, or where they're going to work based on where they're going to live. So I see probably half of that going to 35, half of those 34 homes, and probably the other half going east, to and use Daisy. So those are my thoughts. We think it's a great transitional use. In fact, we had a similar use just west of this, which it became Hayes Junction Phase 2, which was actually a higher density. So overall, going back to our original plan, I'd say the density is about the same, and that's something that the city approved, many years ago. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have, but I recognize the traffic concerns. I've been in Central Texas many years and seen the growth. I'm a native Texan. There's not too many of us left, so I understand.
Thank you, Hugo. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Hugo, for myself, I would just say that I agree that there are certain ways that you can look at R1C as a down zoning from RS in terms of an intensity of use standpoint, but that's it's not always the case that the city views density just through the standpoint of traffic, because, for example, if you add a gas station, while there is a lot of traffic going in and out of a gas station, that traffic is oftentimes already going along that road. So folks are pulling in, they're coming back out, but they're not necessarily increasing to the traffic. But when you add dense housing for every unit you're putting on, you are adding a certain number of vehicles on that road. Additionally, RS generates normally a fairly high taxable value per acre, and then also generates inventory tax, sales tax, and those funds can also be used to help pay for a road. So there's some challenges I think that we face, and it's really just this broad vision of we're not currently preparing to upgrade the BB road. And it's almost certain that the cost of upgrading BB road would exceed any value that we would receive from this particular parcel, as well as Hayes Junction. You put Hayes Junction 1 and 2 plus this parcel together, and it doesn't pay for anywhere close to getting BB road reconstructed, nor should it necessarily. There are a lot of property owners along that particular stretch of road. So for me, it's about matching up our resources and our intentions with the development patterns in the community. And so, but your comments are not lost on me. It's much more of just a philosophical land use discussion when married with a capital improvements plan. And if those two aren't synced up, then you have a tendency to lower everyone's quality of life. Which is what we're trying not to do, I think. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'm going to make a motion to deny agenda item number 28.
Second.
It's been moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, next up, agenda item number 29. Consider a request by Shrenik Shah to not construct additional parking for phase 2 of Kyle Parkway expansion project. Mr. Koontz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last item I have for you this evening is a special exception for parking related to a self-storage project in Plum Creek. This is on the far southeastern corner of Plum Creek. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that you can see where I'm talking about. Let me zoom out a little bit for context. So Plum Creek, this is I-35, 1626. This is the rail line. This is the intersection with Kohler's Crossing. As you come down around the curve and just as you start to come up to the bridge, the site we're talking about is right here. It's the self-storage on south end of Plum Creek. So somewhat of a long story. I'll try and condense it as best I can. The city's parking standards are generally predicated on two metrics, either the use itself or a standard that is applicable across the zoning. In this instance, the requirement is predicated on the use. And if you'll read the Plum Creek addendum that's at the end of chapter 53 at the end of our zoning code, it talks about the parking requirement for warehouse category. And in this instance, it reads that there shall be 1 space per 1,000 feet of gross floor area for uses that do not cater to the general public. Well, this use caters to the general public. So that means that the standard that's listed in the zoning ordinance is not applicable. There is a catch-all in the ordinance that reads that anytime a use is permitted or expected or anything that needs to move forward that's not specifically mentioned in the code can go to the council and they can affect a standard on the spot that is related to the project. So the project first phase is complete and is operational, and using round numbers, they've got about 50,000 square feet of floor area. The code in place was 2014, same code that's in place today. And for whatever reason, they were approved with roughly 35 striped parking spaces, some of which are on the far eastern corner of the site, which are actually leased for vehicles. And then there are some along the western boundary, which are actually for the use of visitors and employees and anybody else that has any business inside of the site. The proposal that's come from the applicant is to do construction of phase 2, which will fill the rest of the site. They are adding, again, in round numbers, a little bit over 70,000 square feet. But with the addition of those 70,000 square feet, they are not going to retain any ground area to stripe additional parking spaces. So they will go from 35 parking spaces and maintain 35 parking spaces for an ultimate build out of 123,000 square feet. The question before you this evening is whether or not that is an appropriate density for ground or floor area of private property, and then the requirement for off-street parking for that site itself. I tried to make that as clear as I can. However, if anybody has any questions for me, I will gladly field them. Additionally, the applicant's representatives are on the call this evening, so you can ask them directly if they have any input as well.
Thank you, Howard. Does anyone have any questions?
So this did not go to P&Z, correct? Because it's only the council that can make this.
That's correct. The process is this goes directly, special exceptions for parking go directly for council consideration and adjudication, yes.
Okay, so of their current parking spaces with the 70,000 floor space, they have about what for the general public? How many spots do they have for the general public? Because you said that's the stuff on to the east, that southeast portion was mainly for lease vehicles to park, to park there.
Yeah, those spaces are reserved that they lease them as storage for RVs and trailers. And
right.
So,
okay, so how many spaces do they have striped for the general public?
Let me. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
And they want to increase their floor space to about what, 123 you said, or 120?
I have the metric.
Yeah, 123.
Ultimately, at build out, they ordinarily, per the terms of the code, they would require 123.
No.
34, an additional phase will add 72,000 additional square feet. Accordingly, would require 89 required spaces to compensate for the new floor area and the deficit of what's been approved today. So they would have to have 123 total for the 123,000 square feet they propose at build out. This is a copy of their site plan. These are the existing spaces here that we just counted a minute ago.
And they only have a tenth of that. Okay.
They have spaces here and here that are, this is existing right here where my mouse is moving.
Mm-hmm.
But right here where my mouse is moving.
Yeah, but that what you're saying on the south side though is for RVs and storage vehicles.
My understanding, yes.
Okay. I can clarify a few things if I may, Mr. Koontz and council members.
Okay, please.
My name is Shrenik Shah. I am one of the owners and I represent the investment group that purchased this storage facility. We purchased the facility back in December of 2019, and the purpose of acquiring the project was with the basis of expanding it. Self-storage use generally from a code standpoint tends to be a caveat to a lot of times what parking requirements are. And as a result of that, we took a lot of that into consideration as we built out our driveway around the entire perimeter of the site. Just to give you a little additional context, the project has been on the books for since we bought it to expand it immediately. When COVID hit, we kind of delayed it. Now we're back on track. We have received all of the necessary reviews and approvals from the building and site development side, aside from just this parking issue that has recently come about. My architect is also on the line here. His name is Michael Malden. He is a very prominent architect in the self-storage industry. He can talk a little bit about the use and how these are planned. He has also prepared a document that shows how other self-storage facilities calculate parking, including a self-storage facility in the city of Kyle. Michael, are you there? I'm here. All right, Michael, go ahead.
There we go. Self-storage is not listed as a primary use or a use on most cities' parking requirements. So the city will revert back to something that's close to it, like warehousing. But as Mr. Koontz said, warehousing that's close to the public doesn't really apply to a storage facility that's open to the public. Generally, the leasing office needs between 4 and 6, maybe 7 spaces at any one time. The visitors are transitory. They're here for a little while, then gone. There's not a lot of parking at one time. You might have 20 visitors to a self-storage site in a day, but usually no more than 3 to 4, maybe 5 at one time. At the end of the month, you might have a few more. So the parking requirements for self-storage really just apply to the leasing area for the office. Then the units themselves on this existing site, you have a lot of exterior access units. So all that linear footage around there is available for parking temporarily while they load or unload. Then you have the primary access points for the interior units. The existing building, the large one there at the front, has 4 entrances. Our new one will have 2 primary, along with some overhead doors for the exterior units. If you parked cars and vehicles around our unit, we don't have room for 25 cars at one time to park around our building. In reality, that's really not going to happen. I've done a lot of self-storage over the last 10 years in various cities. For extra space, CubeSmart, private individuals. Generally, they don't need more than a few at the office because most of the parking is temporary at the individual's outside unit or at the main entry to the hallway for the other units, for the conditioned spaces. So the 1 to 1,000 at 123 spaces, that would just be, you'd be putting in a lot of impervious coverage that you really don't need for this type of use. I've prepared a list. I don't know if I can share my screen to show it, if that would help.
No, okay, so on the, I guess this would be the north side of the property, just north of the new building. You have a spot says new concrete drive, open parking. What do you mean by that?
That's for future use of the owner may be doing some lease spacing for parking. Where people parking, you know, it could be boat parking, it could be an auto park, automobile park. We have a bunch of room for 2 lanes of traffic to go around the entire building. Does that answer your question?
A little bit, yes, it does. And that what you have just to the east of that, you have the 4, 5, 7, 8 square feet. What is that section for?
8, 7 square feet. What are you talking about?
Just next door to the new, yes, right there.
Yeah, that right there is it's an open parking area.
So again, more of that, kind of lease parking space?
Yes.
Right. What happens in a scenario like this when people, an ideal client for a self-storage facility comes and leases from us, they will park their car outside of the leasing office to interact with the managers. Afterwards, when they're actually utilizing the self-storage unit itself, they will pull up outside of the self-storage unit, or their movers will pull out outside of one of the main corridors or their unit itself. They will load or unload, and then they will exit. So so the open parking that's shown there, or the open parking that is in the center, all of it is there, but it's not something that people will actually utilize, because it makes no sense for a mover to park away from the building and then carry stuff into the building. The idea of storage and the idea of the design that we've done is to facilitate and make access easy for customers. That's why we plan not 1 but 2 entrances, and we have, as Michael Malden stated, a drive that allows for 2 vehicles to go all the way around the building. So even if a vehicle or a moving truck is parked on one side, the ingress egress is not disturbed for the customer. So the idea behind the site plan was built with customer convenience in mind, but also at the same time keeping in mind that building, numerous other parking spots would not be beneficial to the owner nor to the customer, because the idea is convenience, and the idea is to pull up next to the door and load and unload.
With your current status, and because you've already been open, have you guys utilized all of the existing parking spaces at any one time?
Not even close. I've been out on site very, very often, and the most vehicles I've seen parked there are 4 to 5 out of the 13 spaces that are there up front. And we're talking about the area that Mr. Koontz counted out that is right next to the office. And so, and I believe, and we will be happy to circulate this later to you, but Michael Malden has created a document that shows all of the self-storage facilities that he's planned, including including the Kyle Premier self-storage facility that's over on 35, and they have roughly about 123,000 square feet of gross building area, and they have built 7 parking spaces total. So again, the need and the design for self-storage facilities is inherently just different, and that's why we're happy to answer questions and make council members feel comfortable with what we are proposing.
Okay, thank you.
And we also have approval from the Plum Creek Architectural Control Committee. We contacted Terry Mitchell and Megan over there at Momark, and they've reported they have not had any complaints about parking. that they approved the property as designed for phase 1, knowing there'd be a phase 2, and that they've approved the phase 2, and we do have an email to that effect that we included in the documents that we submitted. We want to be fair to the customers. You know, it's not in our interest to not have enough parking. But and Shreddy said a lot of self-storage. I put a list together of 9 self-storages in Kyle, Buda, New Braunfels, Dripping Springs, Forney, Dallas that I've done within the last 5 years that are some of the larger facilities. And we typically have between 6 and 10 parking spaces for the leasing office. As long as we have enough drive space around the units, then the customer has the convenience that they need and they can access the units.
And the drive space allows for trailers as well, trucks pulling trailers as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any questions, comments? For myself, I think that it's an appropriate variance because I agree with basically everything you said. I don't see why it's to anyone's benefit to require you to build parking spaces that we all know will not be used. That's really not the point. You want to have the right amount of parking spaces for the use, and storage is different than maybe a more traditional warehouse use. So, you know, considering that you've received approval from the Architectural Review Committee in particular, who I know is a hawk on those items, it's certainly appropriate, in my opinion, to allow for it. Does anybody have any other thoughts?
Yeah, just really quick. The larger structure, is that air conditioned or is it just storage?
The perimeter, the first floor has some non-conditioned units on the perimeter, and then the second, third floor roughly is all climate controlled, and then I'd say maybe 30% of the first floor is non-climate, and the rest is climate controlled.
So my question is, which end do they load up in? Where do you have your loading doors to go into the climate control facility?
On the sheet that you're looking at previously, that was at the top of the sheet and the bottom of the sheet.
So there are going to be 2 entrances, one on the east side and one on the west side, just to ensure that there's always optionality for the customer to be able to move in. And keep in mind, while there's two entrances and exit points, 2 vehicles can park on each side of those. So we can have anywhere from 4 to 6 people that can come and move in at any time, even though we have never seen that. We have, we've seen barely 2 people move in at the same time. But what we're doing, if you look on the top end of the sheet there's a title there called New Canopy. What we are building there is actually a covered canopy structure to allow for customers to move in regardless of inclement weather conditions, rain, snow, heat, anything like that. And so that's a nice convenience. We have already one on the existing phase. If you look just below that major building, it says existing canopy. So we're building one there, and then we'll have another recessed canopy on the other side. So we're building a facility, and we're building an expansion here that's really tailored to the customer experience and to ensure that people are able to move in and move out appropriately with ease and with convenience.
That's great. Those were the only 2 concerns I had, was accessing the building itself. But I love that you've gone above and beyond with the canopy cover, because when it gets really hot in Central Texas, and you never know the weather as well. It could be rainy, it could be clear skies one minute and then rainy the next minute, and you're trying to unload, and keep your items dry. So that's great that you've had the foresight to incorporate the canopies. That's awesome. And I've visited a lot of storage facilities during the Memorial Day floods here. I got to visit a bunch more, trying to help people move out of their homes. And one thing that I noticed is that everybody that parked near the the storage facility. Even when we had 2 vehicles, we parked near the storage space, and we never utilized the parking areas. I don't think anybody had. So just when they're going to rent a space is when they usually utilize those areas. So I think you're fine. So I appreciate you coming out and presenting this and taking the time to present this. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure.
Any other comments, questions, motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 29.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Scheel, seconded by Councilmember Rizo. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Next up, agenda item number 32, an amendment to the, I think I may have skipped down. I'm sorry. Next up, next up, agenda item number 30, second reading, an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, amending Chapter 23 and 29 on miscellaneous offenses, sign standards, and Chapter 47, local traffic regulations. This is the second reading of the item. Gary Bickford.
Mayor and Council. Gary Bickford, Code Enforcement Officer for the record. This is the second reading from the proposed amendments from the September 1st meeting. No other changes were made besides the amendment was requested by Council. I can make myself available for any questions as needed.
Gary, remind us where we were. I felt like we brought this one back because we were taking a look at a couple of the sections. Okay.
The only thing we looked about from the September 1st meeting was about the fence height restriction. That was obviously taken out. Everything else was not an issue. This is some minor language changes to Section 23 that grants power to inspect properties. 29 has sections about fluttering signs. Local regulations for changes for traffic would be trailer parking, specifically it being changed from the current standard of 72 hours on the street every 30 days to 24 hours every 30 days. Those are the only real changes I can think of, plus the change to citizens complaint forms through municipal court to make a more streamlined process for our citizens, as well as kind of tightening up regulations on how we enforce junk and abandoned motor vehicles in residential areas, and as well as within city limits.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Any questions or comments?
Yes, Mayor, this is Councilmember Rizo. Gary, I'm looking at something I missed last time around, and it's on section 7, section 47 through 39. You're talking about trailers, not allowing them in non-HOA compliance subdivisions or in the city limits of Kyle. And I really want to probably take a look at taking that out, utility trailers. One reason is that we do have a lot of landscapers and contractors that live in Kyle, and that would put a strain on them on having to go find somewhere to park their trailers where they make their livelihood. And I can tell you right now that it would be a strain on several people that own trailers, including myself. I own about 3 trailers that I keep in the city limits of Kyle, and they're used for various reasons. One of my trailers I loan to the church quite a bit. Another one of my trailers is I use whenever I'm helping out in the public, whether I'm helping them with the move or I'm helping them, after the Memorial Day floods, I hooked up my trailer to my truck and went and started helping our neighbors here in Kyle and San Marcos. And I think the trailer restriction just goes a little too restrictive when it comes to what do you call it? People who make their livelihood with their trailers. And I'd like to see us take that out of the line item.
Okay, Councilmember Rizo, just a response for you. Currently in our ordinance, it does prohibit trailers on the street for up to 72 hours every 30 days. So technically, as of right now, they are technically illegal. This restriction still allows them to be there for loading and offloading purposes. This is more addressing towards storage of trailers on the street. And this is what we were, the thought process would be about. If we take that process out, we'd be allowing trailers to be stored in the street, to block up the street and have no regulations on size of trailer, use of trailer. While I understand certain thought processes about allowing people to make their livelihood, and I don't want to prohibit that, the more thought process was based off of people storing trailers on the street and then just sitting there and having no regulations to say, hey, this thing's got to go. You're taking up.
You're talking about people just parking a trailer there and not moving it daily.
Yeah, correct. That'd be exactly what I'm talking about. This is what that whole thought process would be. Currently, the ordinance says 72 hours every 30 days. That's really unenforceable because you've got to make the argument that it's there for all 72 hours. So short of sitting on and watching a trailer for that long or going by every single day and taking a picture of said trailer, that's kind of hard to prove. The whole thought process being with the 24 hours, and it makes it that much, a little bit more enforceable to say, hey, we don't want trailers storing stuff on the street. That'd be just the thought process on that change.
So 20, you're changing it to 24 hours.
Yeah, instead of 72 down to 24 would be the thought process.
And what I started thinking about is, someone that does landscaping or something like that uses it daily, but takes Sundays off. Now you're limiting how long he can leave that trailer there, and whether he's in construction, whether he's in landscaping, and the majority of our large cities have already banned this, and that's why these residents live here in Kyle, is that it's affordable. They can go and work in Austin, come back, and I'm just a little leery about dropping it down to 24 hours. I know where your thought process is coming from. I just, I've got to take care of that blue collar guy that makes his living off of it. And I know it's only on public streets. So I'm trying to think about what the ramifications of this would be. Because I know I've been to a couple of neighborhoods, and I know sometimes some of these landscapers will leave trailers on their streets, and then the next day they're gone. You know what I mean? It's just in the evenings. But then on the weekends, they do leave them a little bit out on the street for, say, Saturday and Sunday, and then they're gone Monday again. So the 24 hours might hamper that. That's just my thoughts on that. I worry about that.
Yeah, I totally understand that, Councilman Rizo. It's one of those, it's kind of a catch-22 type thing because you don't want to prohibit someone from making their livelihood from trailers, because I have the same thought process that you do about people that make their livelihoods and need someone to park their trailer, because we regulate where they can park it on their private property. You can't put it in your front yard or your side yard. We regulate people don't want to take up a whole driveway with a trailer that they're constantly moving around. So I get that aspect of it. But to play devil's advocate, you're going to have someone that takes advantage and parks a trailer on the street and just stores it there if we change that regulation and just don't enforce it. So it's kind of that catch-22 scenario where it needs to be kind of a case-by-case basis. But I've also run into some people that are very unhappy about any trailer regulations whatsoever, and it's kind of a tough thing to regulate.
Yeah, because I don't want them just leaving it there and abandoning it, because that happens on a lot of our rental properties where people will just park them there and just leave them there, forever, and taking up parking spaces and on a street in a neighborhood, it's gonna take up some space. I don't want it there, for a month, 2 months, things like that. I don't mind them, because they're usually gone during the day, and back late in the evening, something like that. I don't mind. It's and I know where you're coming from. It's the people that just leave them there and leave them there over and over for days and months at a time without moving them. So I can see what you're targeting. I just I just dropped it down to 24 hours. Just just never know what the code inspector is gonna how he's gonna react to something like this. And I'll go back to incident. I got a phone call a few months ago when we had a resident that was in the Plum Creek area, and they were moving some stuff out of the garage, put a box in their driveway, and the code compliance officer came by and said, "You better move it." Didn't say, "Hey, what are you doing with this?" or even ask if he, how long it had been there. He just went up there and said, "You're going to move it, and you're going to move it right now." And that's the things that worry me right there. Situations like that, are we going to get the right code compliance officer that's going to show up and really figure out if this trailer's been there that long, or are we going to get a citation right away? I just worry about those things because I've seen them, and I've dealt with them in Austin as well. So when we started regulating things heavily, sometimes it has a reverse effect than what we want. And yeah. So,
Councilmember, I will say, typically with the current 2 code enforcement officers we are pretty lenient and do tend to work with people. Sometimes that we get taken advantage of on that aspect as well, or the vice versa of, hey, you don't have any power over me, I'm going to do what I want anyway. And then you run into that legal battle of going to court, and then someone doesn't show up for court, and then the issue persists. And so that's the other issue too, is you're also taking a snapshot of time when someone shows up and says, hey, you got a bunch of stuff in your front yard, like someone's got a couch there that wants to store a couch in their front yard for whatever reason. You run into that situation where you go tell them, hey, this needs to go, and then the person's like, nope, you're not telling me what I do with my own property. So it's kind of find that middle ground of best for aesthetics, best for working with people who obviously, I tend to try to figure out what's going on in someone's life, because we all have something going on in our lives. So I try to be as lenient as possible, try to talk with people, but I kind of have to be met halfway there with that as well, where someone needs to be willing to talk with me versus, nope, leave me alone. I don't need you in my life right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Mr. Bickford, this is Councilman Tobias. Just real quick question, as far as what was the reason for going from 72 hours to 24 again?
So reasoning for going down from 72 to 24 would be just a little bit easier of enforcement aspect of saying cut down on storage aspects of stuff. So currently, as it stands right now, 72 hours, you have to verify it's there for 72 hours. So say I see a trailer on this, I'll take for instance Thursday or Friday. Say I don't work Saturday, Sunday, come back Monday, the trailer's there. I have to prove it was still there for the 72 hours before I can take any enforcement action or even talk to anyone about it being a violation. Short of me coming in on my first day and finding that trailer, and then 3 days later seeing the same trailer parked there and still driving by the same house every day and making sure the trailer is still there, it's kind of very, very hard to enforce at this point. It's almost borderline impossible to enforce. Short of hiring more code enforcement officers to drive by little stuff like that, it's kind of almost unenforceable. Short of asking someone, hey, can you not leave a trailer here? That's about it.
Okay. And this doesn't have to affect any trucks or trailers that are moving, like when people are moving into their houses. Let's say they rent a truck overnight or for 2 days before they move out. It won't affect any of that.
No, there's obviously certain exceptions that can be made. Typically with code enforcement, there's very, very seldom, if at all, we issue citations from the get-go. Typically it's either a notice on someone's door as a friendly, hey, you're in violation of this order, or it's a letter in the mail that gets sent that needs at least 7 or 10 days before anything's taken care of anyway. So typically it's not going to prohibit those. There is provisions in there that obviously allow someone to be actively unloading or loading a trailer, as well as it being there for while they're doing yard maintenance or any type of work that may be being done on a premise.
Okay, thank you, Gary. I guess my question to Paige is, Paige, are you still on the line?
Hey, I got a quick question, Robert.
Go ahead.
My question is this, is that on this one topic with regards to the 24 to change from 72 to 24, are you receiving a lot of complaints with regards to this to enforce this particular ordinance? And if you're not, then I believe that ordinance in this particular situation is really to address a pattern of activity, right? Because someone that utilizes a trailer, such as myself, for various different things, will typically get a trailer, utilize it for the weekend, and before I can take it back to the storage place, I got to have at least one day and then go back on that third day every single time. Sometimes that time gets away. So whether you're doing any type of, like I like to do a lot of gardening. So I'm pulling a lot of debris and stuff out from the back end, especially when you're going through the seasons. So it's not just like a once or twice type of thing. And I have other properties that I like to maintain. So I'm utilizing it then as well. So usually a 3-day period is pretty good. But what pattern of activity and what type of public safety issue are you trying to address when you're mitigating from a 72-hour period to a 24-hour period? And I'm just outside of what people would perceive it as unsightly. What else is there that are you trying to address?
So to answer your question, Councilman Villalobos, a lot of my complaints have been, I'm not calling out a particular neighborhood, but a tighter street neighborhood that we have that's a major portion of my district of response area has frequent complaints about trailers being left on the street, supposedly creating traffic issues that need to be investigated. It's kind of the tighter streets that I'm finding I'm getting more and more complaints on. I can't speak for the other end of town because me and my partner split Kyle 50-50 between east side, west side. So my portion that I cover is the west side. I'm pretty sure you guys can all figure out what area I'm talking about with my main complaints. Other than that,
I was under the impression that the narrow streets are supposed to promote walkability. So I don't know.
Oh, I totally understand that. But it also prohibits a lot of bigger vehicles from getting through as well, and trailers being there doesn't help much either.
Absolutely. Like fire trucks and ambulances. Yeah.
Fire trucks, ambulances, your bigger box trucks, we'll even go down to even animal control trucks because those are a decent size.
Absolutely.
So it's one of those things. I'm seeing more complaints in that general area. At the rest of town, I don't hear many complaints about, but to give you an idea, we just did our statistics for last month. Out of the 300 something self-initiated actions we took, only 55 were based on complaints. So a lot of this is more proactive enforcement rather than us being reactive and responding to complaints. So it's kind of hard to judge what our complaints are based off of that. I can tell you a specific area that I get most complaints with, but then that breaks down to your complainant, whether someone decides that, hey, this is an issue today, or this is an eyesore. I find this as an eyesore. I find this as an issue versus someone who does not.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm trying to do is balance it across the city because there are places that have wider streets and have the room and the space to have those things done. So I just, I understand there's a certain location. I understand, where you're talking about, but there's a greater part of Kyle as well. And it's not just that one location. So I'm just trying to balance it out. So I guess your strategy for this then is obviously you're still going to continue to be flexible. Should someone have a reasonable cause to have the trailer there for an extended period of time because they're working on a project or they're working on something that they need that there. So we're going to make to make some exceptions then, correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
The thought process would be that obviously we try to be as flexible as possible with stuff.
Okay.
The issue we kind of have and what we're trying to more address is you worry about that long-term storage. And like I said, dropping that from 72 to 24 hours makes it where we found was a little bit more enforceable for an aspect of our current staffing levels. Because otherwise
it's probably going to increase your call level.
It may a little bit. I'm not sure. It kind of makes it a little bit more enforceable and makes it a little bit more kind of reasonable across the board to say, hey, we'll give you 24 hours. But then again, we're not a 24/7 service. So that's your other issue too, is that if one of us isn't working on a weekend, it's not going to pick up on that sort of thing. It's more of a Monday through Friday type deal as of right now.
Got it.
That sounds good, Gary. Thank you for the explanation. I just, when I first started reading it, I just kept thinking about, if that was going to affect those blue collar or small business owners that service a lot of our communities. But I think this is something that if it doesn't work right, we can bring back and change the time on it. But I'm okay with it now. So thank you for the explanation and thank you for the considerations as well that you mentioned. So thanks.
And thank you for being proactive. That's awesome. We need to have a lot more of that. Thank you.
Any more questions or thoughts? Motions?
Here, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 30.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Rizo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias that we approve agenda item number 30. Is there any further discussions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 31, approve, award, and execution of a 1-year landscape maintenance services contract with WLE LLC in an amount of $234,504.13 of a total contract amount of $597,197.71 with 2 optional annual extensions subject to future appropriations. Mr. Earp.
Mayor, Council, for the record, James Earp, Assistant City Manager. Again, I just wanted to say that this is the result of the RFP that we did earlier this year prior to the budget cycle, where we were requesting that private companies bid on the maintenance, upkeep, and care of a specific list of roadways. And those roadways I showed you on my presentation earlier, but they are listed also in the contract, which I have emailed to council. The level of service is essentially, for the most part, 26 cuts a year. In addition to that, it will include the treatment for pre-emergence, post-emergent, and also a bout of fertilizer. And they will also, treat the sidewalks and be making sure that they use herbicide to keep the sidewalks clean and clear of the kind of the wads of grass that grow into the cracks and what have you. They also blow and clean up after themselves. So all in all, a very exciting opportunity. It is a 1-year contract with the guaranteed amounts for those particular roadways, and the contract provides for the extension of this up to a total of 3 years at the city's discretion. The way that the contract is bid is the first number you see is the amount that we are awarding for this first year. There's additional amount that's the total of the 597 that includes alternative CIPs that were in the response to the RFP that could be appropriated in the future if council so desires. which would allow us to do the items associated with that with those CIPs. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but otherwise, I think that's about the extent of it.
Thank you, Scott. Do we have any WLE reps here on the call? Or James, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for Mr. Sellers to answer.
No, I fat fingered it, as they say.
Yeah, I didn't look at the list. Let me run down the list real quick. I know they were asking if they could execute it or not earlier. So I do not see someone here.
Yeah, that's okay. I kind of wanted to. I've never spoken to them or anything. I wanted to ask them a few questions about their process, but maybe we can do that at another time.
I can make sure that they're here when we come back with a change order to change out the roadways and add some additional roadways to the contract. We can have them here for that council meeting.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for James?
Yeah, James, this is Councilmember Rizo. I just want you talked about litter control. How often will they come out and mitigate the litter in the area?
Yeah, so like I explained earlier, I think I don't remember if I explained it in the public session or not, but their litter control is associated with their mowing regime. So just like I was explaining for our folks, the litter abatement folks have to come through and pick up the litter in the section that's to be mowed. That's what they're going to be doing. They're not going to be coming out in addition to mowing just to pick up trash. So 26 times a year is the baseline for most of the locations. So I would anticipate them picking up trash while they're there to also mow and take care of the turf.
And that'll be all trash, anything, tires, litter, anything, correct?
Yeah, anything that's in the right of way, they'll be responsible for picking up. That doesn't mean that we won't go help them if they need it or anything like that. But yes, they're to clean up their area before they mow it, and that is the level of service that I'm expecting.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it.
And one of my questions, James, I'm sorry I haven't really talked to you about, is the when they blow, are they looking to blow off dirt and debris, or is it just the grass clippings?
I don't remember getting into that level of detail. I did mention that our expectation is that they're not going to be blowing into the streets because that obviously kind of defeats some of the purpose. And they said no, that they blow back into the area that they've mowed from. So I did talk to them about that, but I guess what you're asking is if there is sand or gravel or things like that are in the road, are they gonna blow that stuff away? I don't know the answer to that. I wouldn't think so, but any more than what the normal pass of the blowers would do.
Well, it's so there's a lot. There's a big gradient between ways that you can blow. You can blow just to try to get the clippings out, or you can blow to try to actually clean the surface and keep the surface looking clean, which may require a little bit more attention to detail. Sandy areas, little low spots, how you handle the blowing in particular will have a long-term impact on the quality of the work. And then I was just thinking about, like, if we have like little pea gravel and those kind of things that oftentimes get right up next to because this is roadways, are they committed to trying to maintain a level of beautification that includes really trying to keep those sidewalks in particular, very clean from weeds and dust and dirt and things like that, like blowing them off.
Yeah.
Well,
I think the sidewalks, I feel pretty confident without asking them specifically, because we did talk about the sidewalks. I feel pretty confident in saying that your level of expectation holds true to the sidewalk. I don't feel confident in saying that your level of expectation holds true to the gutter or the roadway. I think that falls onto the beautification division and the street sweeper and those folks. So if I look at their contract, their exceptions that they have listed are that they are not going to clean gutters or drains. They're not going to pick up excessive trash. So, like, I guess if a truckload dropped out a bunch of trash into the right of way, they're not going to be responsible for excessive. But we would be normally picking up those things anyway. So, I think to your point about blowing specifically, I do believe that will hold true to the sidewalks because they have the sidewalks in their plan. But I don't think any of their plan has them being in the hardscape of the right of way, which would be like past the curb.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Earp? I have a picture that I took that I was wanting to bring forward to kind of use as a basis, but I don't have it pulled up yet. And honestly, without WLE here, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get those that answered. Anyway, so
okay. Well, if you want to send it offline, I can obviously, have them communicate with you that way. But I expect to have them here again in front of council shortly.
So here's this. Let me use this one, this image that I have here. Okay, so this is Kohler's. It was just mowed when I took this photo. So you can see here that along Kohler's, there's not a lot of weeds anywhere. But if you can imagine, weeds, sticking up right here like this. I don't know can y'all see that?
Yes, I can see that.
So it's a very common thing to happen throughout our city, where weeds will be, growing up right here. And maybe sometimes they're even, there's just bunches of it, and it can be up high like this. And the landscaping company will come and they will put a nice edge, along the curb here, but yes, they won't do anything about these weeds, which leaves the job undone as far as I'm concerned. So what I'm trying to make sure is that when they're spraying for weeds and when they're out mowing, which means that I expect that if weeds are growing in the sidewalks as they're making their 26 passes, that they're not saying twice a year they're going to deal with the weeds through pre-emergent and post-emergent care, but rather that it's going to be a part of the maintenance process. When they're done, every time they go mow, there's not going to be weeds on sidewalks or in crevices between, where the road meets a curb or where the road meets a sidewalk. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is. And there's some sections of their bid where they include weed pulling specifically in spraying, where obviously there are hardscapes and sidewalks. So I can make sure that they understand that that's our expectation. If they have a problem with it, then we can just come back to the table and see. But I know exactly what you're talking about and what you're describing here. In fact, I've got some of this right outside my own curb. I was just going to go spray with Roundup today, and I forgot to do it. So you just reminded me I need to do it. But yeah, exactly the type of thing that we see, and it's pretty common just because the grasses, some of the grasses, the way that they grow and the way that the weeds, their seeds take root, they're going to grow in these crevices. So.
Yeah, that's why the blowing, the weed eating, and the it's a comprehensive package to keep it at the level that you want, and also to prevent yourself from having more work. And then my other question is, you can see, all roadways collect debris along the sides of gutters, or curbs, I should say. And that's a task I would assume that's primarily for the street sweepers to be going and trying to pick
Correct.
that up. But there are certain times where street sweepers aren't going to pick it up because there's going to be silt or weeds, which is growth. It's sticky, obviously sticky to the ground. And so street sweepers just aren't. So what I'm trying to figure out is, between the new beautification division and the street sweeping prioritization and the right-of-way maintenance from our WLE contract, are we going to be committed to keeping our curbs free from weeds and debris, especially on these beautification corridors that we're doing this contract for?
Well, I mean, it's a good question, and I'm pulling up right now. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm pulling up the list of items that I had that were really hard to read on that slide that I did earlier. And the slide, where you're talking about, I think falls into, weed prevention, pre-emergence use, and cleaning up that. I do not have that in our current plan of work. I do intend to have folks that are licensed with herbicide application to where we can begin applying and putting in the the herbicide to use to prevent that growth. So I guess the short answer is I don't think that we will have perfectly clean curbs all through the city of Kyle day one, come October 2nd. But I do understand that is in the desire of council and the community to get to that level.
I'm just talking about the roads that WLE is bidding for. Are we anticipating that their contract is going to encompass weeds like what I was just showing you, meaning that once the contract goes into place, their first few mows will be a lot harder because they'll be having to take out some of those weeds, but eventually they'll be able to keep those weeds from, overwhelming them.
Yeah.
The longer the weeds grow undealt with, the harder they become to remove, the more damage they do to the concrete and to the asphalt. And just, I could go on down the list. So it's a particular area of focus, is making sure that the concrete areas, sidewalks and curbs between the main street and the grassy area, the median in this case, are kept free from weeds in particular. And Kohler's, as you can tell, is one of the roads that is, as I was sharing with that on that screen, is that they do a very good job of keeping those weeds out. And a lot of our other corridor roads, that's not the case. You see, like downtown, for example, if I did a screen share of a Google Drive image, you'll see just huge sections where that is the case. And I'm just trying to figure out what my expectations need to be, and then what council's expectations need to be, and what your expectations are for those particular areas that are going under contract.
Yeah, I can definitely pass along the emphasis. I don't think that it's outside of the bounds of what my expectations were. So, but I can definitely pass along the emphasis that council, and particularly you, Mayor, are wanting to make sure that they understand that is the expectation. I really don't think they're going to have an issue with it, because I do believe that's the type of company that these folks are, that the type of service that they want to deliver to. A lot of the downtown area down Center Street doesn't have curb and gutter, so you have them already mowing up to the edge of pavement anyway. So I can't imagine why they would balk at needing to take care of any of the.
So this is Center Street. So this is in front of our park,
right.
And then a private residence.
Right.
What I want to know is, we're paying. Are these weeds going to be removed when they, when they go out their first mow? On this contract, are they going to take care of these?
Yeah, that's absolutely my expectation. But like I said, I'll be sure that I emphasize this and pass it along to them.
Yeah, all of this.
Yep.
needs to go and stay gone. That's my expectation, at least.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Well, I'm excited then. Any other questions for James? I just had another question. So I'm gonna take you back to my screen share, So obviously they would be maintaining in front of city property in this particular area. But what about private property? What we're bidding here is the entire stretch, correct? They're not going to be skipping over this section here.
No, it's right of way. So we are maintaining the stretch that is public right of way. Now, if the public right of way, say, ends at the back of that sidewalk curb, then they wouldn't be mowing any of that other portion because that's not city right of way. If that's private property, which I don't know that it is or it isn't, I'm just using it as an example. So, if you were to draw on this, if the right of way ended at the back of the curb of the sidewalk, they would only be maintaining and cleaning the sidewalk section. But if it's 5 feet back or 15 feet back, then they will mow back to that edge. And in this particular section, they included a map for this. So let me scroll down to find it. It may take me a second as I'm flipping through the imagery here.
And then so maybe another question might be, let's say the right of way ends let's say the right of way actually just goes up to this edge here. Are they going to create a tapered edge along this side of the sidewalk, even if the right of way?
I don't know, Mayor. We didn't get into that level of detail. So that would have to come from us seeing them working in the field and then getting direct feedback with them. But are they gonna taper it away? What exactly, how are they gonna do it? I don't have that level of detail. And I don't know that it's mentioned anywhere for me to be able to report it or answer it for you.
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts? Sorry, I thought I was going to get to ask the WLA. The reason I haven't brought a lot of this up is because I didn't think you had the answers, and I wanted to ask the representative here. So,
yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't. If I felt like I could answer it, I would, obviously, and I'm happy to have them, back before you guys to talk more. But I figure a lot of the things that you're asking are actually the things that we figure out when we're in the field with them too. And working through the first few cuts as they start to get familiar with our area.
Well, I would hope that would be the case, and they've given me no expectation or reason to believe otherwise. But everything I've learned in 4.5 years has been that you need to get clear on these issues prior to inking the deal, because when it comes to disputes in the field, everybody points to the contract. And if the contract doesn't say it, staff has a hard time enforcing the expectation if it's not codified, because it becomes a legal issue, and we get counsel that we can't do it, and how the story goes. So
yes, sir, I sure do.
I would prefer to at least try to get some of these questions dealt with before they start, just so we know what our expectation is for the contract. With those questions being asked, the answer may be yes to all of them from WLE, in which case I'm very, very excited for this project.
James, 1-year contract?
It is a 1-year contract with 2 1-year extensions on our option.
Our option?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, pretty clear the expectations are really high. So as long as they understand that, I think we'll be okay. Excited. But if Mayor sees a single weed, it'd be bad news.
I've had a few landscaping conversations with James in the last few months. It's been fun. So
I mean, there's really, I don't don't want to kibosh the thing, but there's really no rush. So if you'd be more comfortable, having them in front of you and talking to them, we could always postpone this until next council meeting, and then have them here and to answer questions. Normally I would call them to get them on the line, but it's 11:15, so that doesn't seem really appropriate. So I mean, I'm perfectly willing to do that. There's really nothing that's pushing us to have to do this tonight, other than the October 1 start date. But I mean, you're only talking a small deferral of time.
Did we ever hear from Paige?
Well, I don't know. Paige?
I was just curious. The reason the contract is proposed the way it is, and we're discussing an change order at the next meeting, is all because of staff and legal telling us that's the only way that we can get some of this stuff set up. So what I would want to make sure of is that if we waited until the first meeting in October to vote on this particular item, that we could bring the change order at the same time so that they could still start at the appropriate time.
You could do that. That's correct. Your description of the structure of the agreement and the change order is correct. You're awarding the contract based on what was bid, and then you submit a change order after, and you can do the contract and change order at the same.
So why couldn't we do the change order on this meeting? Because that's what I was trying to do is get it all done now so that they could have 2 weeks to prepare.
I think we were still working on that item.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a cleaner choice to award the contract, because we already know that we want to make changes, but we need to award the contract based on what we bid out. So that's what we were going to do tonight, or may still do tonight. That's what's before you. But then we know that there are modifications that we want to make, so then we will do that via change order. And the thought was we would just do that in the following meeting.
I think my preference would be to go ahead and vote on it, because if I'm WLE, they've got to mobilize pretty heavily to be ready to start October 1st. I would not want them to have to wait for a vote and then be expected to be out here mowing the next day. So long as you're saying, James, that your understanding is that, from the images that I showed you, that the types of weeds and the locations that I'm discussing, your expectation is that they are going to be addressing those immediately and permanently within the scope of the current contract. I'm definitely fine to go ahead and move forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially my expectation. Now, I have not reread the contract that came back tonight. I assume that it's all good. But everything that I've seen in the contract and talking with them seems to indicate that the level of service that you're talking about is the level of service they intend to deliver. So that's my only caveat. I mean, Paige did read it, and I think it was really minor changes that had to do with the way that the numbers were indicated. I am noticing that it looks like some of the exhibits may not be attached now, Paige. I'm missing some of the street sections. So maybe on this one, it's okay to go ahead and approve it pending Paige's sign off on all the exhibits being there, because I don't have time to re-review these and make sure that nothing got left out. But
and James, what if we do execute? What is our and it's not up to what Mayor would like with all of the weeds and everything? What is our out?
So in typical contract format, Councilmember Scheel, there's language in here about if there is a dispute or disagreement over the level of service, that we notify them. And Paige, feel free to jump in and say, but we notify them. They have an opportunity to rectify or respond, or for them to come back and say, well, that's beyond the scope, and then for us to have some disagreement over it. But it's really a pretty simple contract in the sense that If we go into default or they go into default, either way, then essentially the contract just ends. Is
Okay, there's not a 30-day caveat or anything like that.
There probably is. Let me see here.
Okay.
And maybe Paige knows off the top of her head. It says
Because a 38 would mean 2 more mowings.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
a
says
30-day. Yeah.
It says the defaulting party shall have 15 days from the date of such notice to cure. So it's
Okay.
15 days to cure. And then if they fail to correct any non-compliance, the non-defaulting party may terminate this contract with 90-day written notice.
Ooh.
So there's your notice.
So that's another 6 mowings that we would probably have to pay for.
Maybe. I mean, it depends on the time of the year. They're not equally spread out. So
Oh, okay.
if we were deciding that, hey, this isn't working out for us and we want to, we need to cancel this contract after we've tried to work this out with you and you're not willing to work with us, then we would give them 90 days notice. But 90 days notice in the fall is very different for the level of work than 90-day notice, say, in March.
Okay.
I'll note that the agreement also talks about weed control, and it talks about weeds are not allowed to grow in paved areas such as driveways, walks, or curbs, and gives options for removal either manually or sprayed. And so then the question about, where does that extend? You have the exhibits that show the location of the areas that are being maintained. And it's
my only thinking on those maps that they put together was, you can tell that there are sections where there are gaps. And what I'm trying to understand is, what are those gaps? What is the thinking there? And so that's kind of why I was bringing up the property on Center Street there. It's like, it's hard to tell because it's such a small window I'm looking at on their bid, just
Right.
wanting to make sure that it actually is that the understanding is this is a corridor. This is an entire stretch. It starts here, it ends there. And in the right of way, we don't expect to see weeds or tall grass from the start till the end. And so that's kind of my thinking, is just like, I'm appreciative that they highlighted specifically what those areas would look like. I know it helped them with their calculations. It was very professional proposal, but the expectation is from the start of the road to the end of the road in the contract, in the right of way, if it's a sidewalk or a curb or grass, that it's going to be maintained to that standard of excellence.
Yeah, I believe that is the expectation. And I think the maps and the exhibits that I'm scrolling through, and I'm trying to make sure that they're all there. The ones that are there that show like the green area, that's the area they actually have to mow. But they identify primary areas and secondary areas, and the secondary areas are more like the hardscape type areas. So yes, my expectation is that it is a corridor, but again, I mean, it's a very good question to ask just to make sure that they're on the same page. I don't have any reason to believe that they're not, but then again, I didn't ask the question that specific way. So, I'm happy to accept if the council's will is to approve this, contingent, then that's fine. Or if council wants to wait until the next council meeting, that's also fine. Because I think it's good to ask the question and make sure that they're on the same page, even if it's just a verbal commitment that I can then put via email and then send to council.
I like that, honestly. Is that something we can do? Approve it contingent on assistant city manager signing off or something like that, to give you some discretion and flexibility there, that if you're comfortable with it, we are.
Yeah, I mean, I think Paige would say that that's okay, but she's on here. So
no, I agree. I agree.
Would that create any issues if we do approve it and then for some reason we're not satisfied with the answers? Do we have somebody already?
Oh, you mean another company?
Yeah.
Well, we had other bids. So, I mean, there's definitely lots of companies out there, I think, who would be eager for the contract. I think WLE clearly demonstrated their capacity to handle this particular project. So they're in the driver's seat. I think it's helpful for I think they would be thankful that we had this discussion now too, to make sure, because they want to perform. They want to make sure they deliver. And if they think they're doing what we asked, but maybe we're not happy with it, and it was just a miscommunication. So the contingent approval gives James the discretion to say, like, if there's like a red flag that goes up, he can say, well, let me bring this back one more time. But if he's comfortable with it, then he can go ahead and send that email to the council, and then we'll sign the contract.
Sounds good.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 31, contingent upon the assistant city manager having one final discussion with WLE, and if he's comfortable with, based on this discussion, he has the authority to go ahead and sign off, and if he's not comfortable, he has the authority to bring it back to council.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Scheel. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. That was a big one, guys. I don't know if we are like recognizing the momentous occasion that we just had, but that some of these roads have never been maintained to this kind of a standard in our city, and we just did something cool, and I think something I hope is long lasting. All right, next up, agenda item number 32, an amendment to meet and confer agreement between the City of Kyle and Kyle Law Enforcement Association to adopt physical fitness standards in accordance with the conditional approval of the agreement. Mr. Earp.
Mayor, Council, again, for the record, James Earp, Assistant City Manager. So what we have here is just real quick for the public's benefit, really. Last year, the Police Association's meet and confer agreement expired, or the terms of the last meet and confer agreement came to an end, which is common. They're 3-year contracts. We had negotiated a contract last year that went into effect October 1, and a part of that negotiation included pay raises for the officers. It included some cleanup from management side. But there was one component that there was not time to get defined and adopted into the meet and confer agreement before October 1 of last year, and that was physical fitness standards. So the meet and confer agreement that was approved conditionally upon these physical fitness standards coming back within the first contract year. So we are at the end of the first contract year. We had the meet and confer negotiation teams, which were Councilmember Villalobos, myself, and Chief Barnett for the management team, and officers Cleary, Lieutenant Griffith, and Officer Roy Jones for the association. Met a lot last year, and then we got kind of thrown off a little bit by the COVID earlier part of this year. There was a lot of really good discussions about what type of physical fitness did we want, and how did we want to assess it, and what systems. And the association is wholly embracing having physical fitness. Now, what we learned over the course of this time frame was, while we may want physical fitness standards and assessments that are more reflective of the type of work that officers do, like, for example, I may have to jump over a fence, or I may have to sprint and run. While that is maybe what we prefer and want, it became really evident that the Texas Department of Public Safety, DPS, they adopted a physical fitness program that is based off of cardiovascular tracking and using a row machine. It has a specific name which Councilmember Villalobos knows, which I don't. But the
Concept 2 rower,
yeah,
and it's not just the cardiovascular though. It can be it can also be resistance exercises too with the same system.
Right. So it became apparent over several conversations that was the route that we wanted to go. The next thing that became apparent was that in any association or any other location where physical fitness standards have been adopted as a part of the meet and confer rules, usually it ends up with there being um, ways to encourage physical fitness and ways to discipline for lack of physical fitness. But before you get there, you have to roll out a program and begin establishing baselines and begin to work this in as a part of the culture, and basically have what I would call a ramp up period. Well, there's 2 years remaining in this contract. So the language that is before you today is the language that came out unanimously from the meet and confer team. This language was amended as of Monday this week after feedback from executive session of the last council meeting. But what we have here are listing out the physical fitness procedure, utilizing the row machine, and establishing that we will have instructors, and that there will be an assessment. It will be individualized, so each person basically sets their own baseline, and then they work to improve on those numbers themselves. We put in here, since this is the last 2 years of this contract, but the first 2 years of this program, that there would be no punitive or rewards for this time period. That would come in the next negotiation cycle for the next contract. So there's language in here talking about how it's going to be rolled out in 2 phases, how there's neither rewards nor punitive for the first phase. There are exemptions if people have medical reasons or other things that they need to be exempt, or they can't perform the assessment at the time that it's supposed to be performed. So there is conditions for that. And then the last part was the support that the city would be offering to support this. So for us to require it, the association feels that the city ought to support this effort by providing space that allows them to be able to spend time, practicing, exercising, working toward, their goals. So one of the pieces that we spent a lot of time on was what would be an appropriate space. So we took out the word appropriate from the support section, because basically the city needs to provide a secure location, or that's what we're being asked to do, and essentially the teams agreed to. So the city would provide a secure location for officers to exercise so they can practice and prepare for the assessment. And that space should have a shower. It should be cooled during the summer, and it should be heated during the winter. And then there needs to be space for the equipment, and or the equipment, be provided for the space. So we talked through this a lot, and there were several different options and ideas that were floated. There's no current budget line item for the city to provide, workout space, although the bond proposal that is before the citizenry would incorporate space for physical fitness, because that's an important part of what officers are asked to do. But until such time that a new facility is built that would have space, we talked about several different options. So option number one was we look at renting space in like in one of the industrial type buildings, like one of the high intensity training workout places would do. We ran into some trouble there because of needing or wanting to put in showers, which we think is a fair request for a workout facility. The next thing that we tried was to look at maybe a private a home that exists in a commercial zone, like on Center Street. So that's another thing that we pursued. But in talking through any of the potential objections that council might have, one thing was proposed from the association side that seemed to hold some merit, and that would be that the city would be willing to retrofit some space at the current dispatch center when our dispatchers vacate and move to the Hays County facility in a couple of months. that would, they're currently located, as you know, in the dispatch center here in Kyle. I don't think it's a big deal for me to indicate where that is for safety reasons, but everybody pretty much knows that where that location is. So if our dispatchers vacate for that space, then that gives us opportunity to reassess the space needs and potentially set aside space specifically for exercise in that location, and to retrofit one of the restrooms to have a shower at very minimal expense. So I thought that was a really fair, idea that held some merit. That and Councilmember Villalobos was in there. I mean, I mean to speak the whole time. Sorry, Councilmember, but he can say his thoughts about what he thought too. But
you're doing well. Keep it up.
Okay. So generally that got us to amending the language to take out the word appropriate, since appropriate wasn't defined anywhere, and I knew that was an objection. And then they seem to counter with our lack of a desire to go out and buy a place or pay for everybody to go to a workout facility. They countered with something that seems very reasonable, a very modest and reasonable request to utilize vacated space from our dispatch whenever they move. So that this is the language that's before you. The way that meet and confer works is there is a contract. This language, if approved by council, would go to the association for ratification. If the association ratifies this language and ratifies council's action, then this language would be added into the contract. It would be formatted appropriately and given the appropriate headings and titles, but none of the verbiage would change. So that is essentially what the next step would be if council chooses to approve this pending ratification.
I think just to add to that, I think it's a commonly used area already by law enforcement. It's already a secure area. And with those individuals leaving and going to the co-location dispatch center, it would provide sufficient room to conduct the exercises needed, not only to prepare for the rower, but also to test. So as they said, that quite flexible with regards to the idea. I think it's a great idea. It's already something within their operational plan to go to that building anyways. It felt like it was a good alternative to all the other possibilities. Balanced is what I wanted to get to the word.
Yeah, I think it's a good balance as well. I do have a couple questions that I've thought of since seeing this language proposed. So we have Proposition A that is coming forward, and if approved, there will be new facilities where workout equipment will be that they can use permanently, correct?
I believe that is a part of the plan, but I'm not in that group anymore. So Jeff, if you want to respond. Jeff? I'm not hearing Chief Barnett.
Yeah, he's coming unmuted. He's trying to get situated, I think. So
okay. Yeah, there we go. How about now?
The answer is yes, yeah, but
yeah, there we go.
Yes, sir, that's correct. I'm sorry, Chief of Police Jeff Barnett, for the record. That is correct. The facility that is being proposed under Proposition A does include a workout facility and a workout equipment that would meet the needs of this PT test.
Okay, so what we're talking about is trying to figure out a temporary solution so that we can go ahead and start ramping up those standards that we're trying to put in place. My question would be, in the event that the proposition does not pass, but we know co-location is happening, so our dispatch center is going to move to San Marcos, and so that space, what's the thinking there? Because if we're contractually obligated to use this space in this way, what if? It seems likely to me that we would not want to maintain that area for just exercise in the event that the proposition does not pass. I guess is what I'm trying to get at. And
Sure.
I'm wondering what our thinking there, because that's November.
So the short answer to that is that there's nothing in this language that specifically identifies the location or the space. So if we need to move it, or if we can find a better suitable location, or if we have different ideas about the way to accomplish this, then we can do that. We're not tying ourselves to have to be in the dispatch center by agreeing to this language. Their proposal to use the dispatch center, because dispatch would be vacating it to go to the Hayes County facility, was because it would free up the space. But it's just a proposal as a possibility of a way for the city to abide by the paragraph letter I, which is a support. So I think the answer to your question is that we're not obligating ourselves to this specific space. If for whatever reason we need to provide space somewhere else so we can have additional office space because we don't have the facility that we need, and we're tied on manpower and where to put them, then we have that flexibility to provide the space elsewhere. Now, where elsewhere is, I don't know, but that's a question for that time.
I think on a side note, one of the areas was one of the other city facilities, but we would have to accrue even more cost and expense to utilize that facility. And you're also encroaching on already needed space. So
yeah, we only have one building currently that has showers. So that is the kind of the driving factor. And we don't really have other buildings that we could retrofit with showers that would make much sense.
Right.
So, but that doesn't mean that we can't come up with a solution. There are other solutions available to us if we get crunched for space and we can't accommodate workout space at the current dispatch center.
And when is the dispatch center anticipated to vacate?
I think November.
Okay. And so the assessments would not start in any way. When would the first assessment be?
Well, the way that the assessments work is they work into, well, first they have to get trained. They have to have trainers. So once they have the trainers trained, then they would need to meet to set the baseline. And then they would come up with a plan of work for each one. And then they would do a test. I believe it's a year later. So that may mean that you have an entire year regardless of when you start. So that may mean that there's not a test the first calendar year. It actually falls into the last year of the contract or what have you. But that's the way that it works. So the first thing that they will need to do is get trainers trained. So officers that are interested in this, and we have some, would get trained to be able to be a trainer, quote unquote trainer, and assessor. Then they would start scheduling all of the baselines, and then they would put together the workout plans, and the folks would start to try to work to improve.
Yeah, there's already established under that plan. You would have trainers that need to be certified, and then you would also have maintenance technicians within that group too, whoever volunteers to do that, to be certified as well, to be able to touch the machine. And then once you get your baseline, depending on where everybody's at as an individual workout plan, then they have a plan for them to get to the, the average, I guess, where you need to be based on age, weight, and height. And there'll be a plan to get to that point too, to be within that range of time, and oxygen use as well. So if they follow them, they get pretty close to it. It's just a matter of following the plan, spot discipline. But definitely always a baseline first after certification in multiple areas. And then you provide your plan, and you move towards the plan that's provided for each individual person.
And council, you may not see these specific requirements laid out. That's because we are adopting the DPS standards as a whole, which has its own SOP, and we're just taking the whole SOP as a part. This language is only establishing the fact that we're going to have fitness standards and what those fitness standards are. So if you're interested in like what level of fitness and how all that works, that's an entire different document that we're referring to by adopting the DPS standard.
So maybe the broader question then would be, will this portion of the agreement go into effect October 1, or will it be postponed until such a time as dispatch co-locates in San Marcos and we get the equipment in and then we start the training? Like, at what point does this go into effect? Because there's only 2 years left in the meet and confer agreement.
Yeah, so I think it's two answers to your question. It goes into effect October 1, or the moment that you adopt it. That's when it goes into effect. Functionally, when are they going to actually be sitting on row machines rowing and setting baselines? You're probably 2 to 3 months away from that anyway, because of having to get folks through the certification program. So regardless, I don't see them sitting on a row machine and setting a baseline until probably after the new year. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we ought not to put in the fitness standards, because regardless of what standards we picked, we would have been in the same situation of having to get folks certified.
And their certification is that going to happen at DPS? I didn't answer that question.
I don't know the answer to that question, Councilmember Villalobos. I don't know what certification programs there are available. I do know that Cleary and Jones are very interested in this, so I'm sure they have that.
And it doesn't necessarily need to be at the PD either. You could do it in multiple groups, going to DPS, getting a baseline there, and then coming back. And then when you implement your program, by the time you start your program, you can get that done too. They have tons of machines there, and they're willing to do that. I just don't know what their procedures are in the middle of this pandemic on whether they would allow the people to come into their training facility. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that either. So I think worst case is we wouldn't do the base assessments until we have the space. Best case would be we would do the assessments as soon as we have trained trainers.
But yeah, so maybe just to re-ask the question, would the training and would those protocols go into place right away in anticipation of the future, or is this just going to be everybody waits until the new year before we start even with any of these steps, the training and those kind of things?
I don't think anybody's intent is to wait until the new year to start the training, but just to be clear, we have to train the set of folks that are going to be then in turn be in charge of doing the assessments, establishing the workout plans individually, so basically you're training the people to be in charge of the whole assessment program. So those folks have to be in place before we take baselines, unless we're going to rely on someone else outside of the organization to take baselines.
Yeah, no, that's my understanding as well. But what I'm saying is we're talking about a 10-step process, and step 1 is training the trainers. Then are we going to start step 1 immediately, or is this going to cause step 1 to be delayed because we don't have the space yet to implement step 3?
No, I don't think so.
They don't have to do this training certification at the PD, sir. They can do it at other facilities that already have an established program. We just have to find one that has one established so they can go to and become certified. That does not have to happen here. So if there's one open tomorrow at DPS, and should the established trainers have the time and the ability to go over there, they can go get trained and they can get certified then. So it doesn't, as soon as we get this prepared and ready to go, their first duty would be to locate a place where they can get certified.
Okay.
Get trained, do the assessments, do the workout program, put a plan together, show them how to put that plan together, provide it to the person, and how you would implement it and train for them.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to make sure that we get this program off the ground and going, and want to make sure that we're able to do that under the proposal. That's all.
Sure.
And I apologize, I don't have the experience here, so that's why I'm asking questions, just to.
I think the best way to do it, really, when you don't have the space, because you're going to have, several people that'll be certified, you would hope, is that you go to the facility that has the equipment to do it. And if it's not DPS, it's another larger organization that can take you in, do it all at once, come back and implement it. and go back for your certification for maintenance. And even if you don't have all the machines in place, you get a baseline. Then you would do it in shifts. You'd send people several at a time until they all get their baseline from that organization. That's how I helped create and implement the program in my previous department. We all went to DPS and we went in shifts, got it all done really fast. We had our baselines. They showed us how to put plans together. We put them in place. And then right when we started getting our first 2 concept rowers, then we started coming up with shifts to get to that point, to get to where we needed to be, the ranges that we need to be in.
Okay. Yep. No further questions for me. Anyone else?
Fit for duty mentality.
Well, for myself, I just want to say I appreciate the hard work that this committee has put together. This is the second meet and confer agreement that I have voted on, and they are challenging documents to put together that take a lot of time and involve a lot of people. I feel like this meet and confer agreement that now is extended into its this is 2B. I think that we've done a good job in engaging with the PD, still trying to hold standards from a senior leadership standpoint, but also really collaborating well with the department. So Councilmember Villalobos, James, Sandra, obviously Chief Officer Cleary, and the rest, that it's just it's a joy to work with a department like what we have. And I'm thankful for the way we've been able to engage in mutually beneficial negotiations and discussions.
Well, Mayor, I'd be remiss to say, the staff, Chief, and in your organization there, you had Cleary, you had the LT, and Mr. Earp. They did the heavy load. They did the work. I'm hoping that at some point when coming in and just understanding what they have to accomplish and coming from that perspective and understanding that perspective and understanding their concerns, I merely was just one there just to kind of understand that was it. But they did the heavy load. They made the arrangements. They did the negotiating. They were flexible and understood the bigger picture, and they agreed to do this because they understand where the city's at right now, and they understand the opportunities that we're working hard to create as well. So all kudos to them. Great job.
Thank you, Councilmember.
We can make a motion to approve with the current language as it's written.
Pending ratification.
Pending ratification.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Villalobos, seconded by Councilmember Rizo, that we approve as discussed, pending ratification by the Law Enforcement Association. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes. I second the appreciation for our agency, and Chief has done a wonderful job as well. And I certainly appreciate all of our law enforcement. I voted for this meet and confer last year that included the 7+% raises each year. I voted for the bond to go on this November's ballot. I've been supportive of the PD in many different ways, and I continue to support them. I just have a fundamental difference, an opinion of providing the workout facility for a job that requires physical fitness. And I just don't see it that same way. I brought it up last time. Councilmember Tobias made some very strong points about his career as well, and how those things weren't provided until they had the opportunity to get it, and they had to take up the onus on themselves to stay in shape and stay fit to do their job. And I think that, I was happy to vote for the meet and confer, and happy to vote for the substantial raises for our law enforcement officers. And I know they appreciate that. But I do not, I spoke on this last time. I made it very clear what I felt should be taken out. That was not, I don't know if that was negotiated or given the just the time of day, I guess, in negotiations. I wasn't a part of that. But for those reasons, I don't see this the same way. I think obviously this would be addressed and taken care of when the bond, if the bond passes, and would meet everything that our PD needs for workout facilities, showers, and all that. And I hope they get it. In my opinion, I think they deserve it. But we had a very long discussion about this. Like I said, Councilmember Tobias was very convincing to me as well on that. And so I stand by my position.
Okay, any further discussion?
I thought we were pretty clear with regards to the language that you wanted excluded from the agreement. I didn't know you wanted more than that. I think you made that very clear last time, but I understand.
I made it very clear I should be gone.
Any further discussion? All right, we'll do a roll call vote.
Scheel.
Aye.
I'm sorry, that was Scheel.
Aye.
Koch.
Nay.
Rizo.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Ellison.
No.
Tobias.
Okay.
Villalobos.
So I'm sorry, my audio is cutting in and out. I think I may be losing battery power here. So I think I read that as a 4-3 vote.
I didn't hear Villalobos's vote.
Aye.
Okay. Yes, I believe it's a 4-3 vote.
All right. Motion carries 4-3. Next up, agenda item number 32, an amendment to the, next up, city manager's report.
Good evening for another 5 minutes, Mayor and Council. Several items on the city manager's report. We have the 2021 legislative agenda first. Typically, Texas Municipal League solicits earlier prior to the legislative session for any sort of resolution that cities would like to advocate or TML to advocate for during the session. There were several cities that brought forward a resolution relating to the hotel occupancy tax and paying for parks and trails. And then there were several other resolutions that will be brought forward at their business meeting October 14th at 3:30 p.m. They basically have a one council member limit per city to attend and be a voting member of that business meeting. And so if the council would like to appoint or nominate one of the council to attend that, that would be great. That person would sign up electronically on the TML website to cast a vote. Otherwise, we have been asked by Representative Zwiener's office, and I'm sure the other state representatives will be reaching out shortly for council priorities for the session as well. So this is an opportunity for council just to be thinking of something that they would be interested in lobbying for. Just keep in mind, TML, the bulk of their lobbying efforts are not advocating necessarily for bills, but quashing anti-city bills. So advocating for bills is usually best done through our local representatives. Any questions on that item or any discussion on appointments? Okay. The next item is the neighborhood cleanup event. Just a reminder, I talked about this at the last meeting, but it is coming up shortly this Saturday from 8 to 11:30 a.m. at Greg Clark Park. You'll see the list of accepted items there. Basically, just about everything goes. So very encouraging to the community to bring any sort of unwanted throwaway household items. And we will have staff there ready to accept those. Little reminder to bring your photo ID and a Kyle utility bill to prove residency. We have the Proposition A bond open house. You'll see here on this slide, there are 5 open houses being advertised and proposed prior to the November election. And you can see those dates on the screen. The first open house is this coming Thursday, September 17th from 7 to 8 p.m. And you'll see the webinar ID and password to attend those. So we encourage all of our residents, those that are watching now, those who may watch later, to attend those open houses. Again, early voting is October 13th through the 30th, and election day is November 3rd. And finally, we have the date, as I mentioned earlier, for the Ash Pavilion ribbon cutting. This has been confirmed through all of the groups that attended the groundbreaking event. So they'll be back for the ribbon cutting October 3rd at 11 a.m. So that's a Saturday morning. So we'd like to invite the council and the public to attend that event. And that's my report.
All right, thanks, Scott.
You're welcome.
Now we get to go back into executive session for another hour or two. Councilor Scheel.
I'm waiting for my, okay, there we go. Okay, pursuant to Chapter 551 Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics. Number 1, pending or contemplated litigation or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071. Development standards, 104 South Burleson, Bunton Lane Development Agreement, Anthem Electrical, Prairie Lakes, Marketplace Avenue, LDG Development, North Trails Property Acquisition. And then number 2, possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to Section 551.072, North Trails Property Acquisition. And then 4, convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551.087 Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project Indigo, Project Cranberry, Project Shamrock, Project Candy Cane, Project Wild Blue, 104 South Burleson.
Motion to reconvene.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're not taking any action, right?
No.
Okay. So no action taken. So do we just motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Good
All
night,
right.
everyone.
Have a good night.